I did meet with the Community Action Council. We had our monthly meeting, or actually quarterly meeting this past week. I had an opportunity to meet the current members. They are in need of some new memberships. If any of you may be interested in joining the Community Action Council, they would be honored for you to go online or give them a call to see how you could be part of that organization. The main concern was the government shutdown. They were worried about their funding and how they were going to be able to serve their clients. So I think that all worked out. So we had a lot of discussion on that, but in the end, everything worked out, and our rental assistance programs and the help to the needy are moving forward. So that was my report from Community Action Council. Thank you.
Commissioner Baker. Commissioner Kiefer?
Yeah, I'd like to share that last week, I forget the exact date, but Commissioner Montelschmidt, me, Rob, and some county staff met with the representatives of the Fort Ritchie Community Center. A concern of theirs had been continued funding. The county had provided a subsidy the last few years. So we're working on a draft plan to present to the commissioners for consideration. That helps them with their budget gap for this year and hopefully provides a long-term solution to their existence and operation at the Fort Ritchie Community Center. They were very appreciative of our time, and I think we'll have a good plan. That's all.
Commissioner Wagner?
Good morning still. I don't know who was responsible for this, but I saw on my calendar this morning I'd asked to be investigated a while back, and I'd probably be Rob. I always inquired about a Washington County Public School student representation on the Board of County Commissioners. So this morning I see it on my calendar, hope I'm not wrong here, that we're going to have a discussion about that. I would strongly encourage that. I know the school board has a real intelligent, well-spoken young man. I think Christopher Mackley, I hope I got that right. He's their representative. I've met him several times. He leaves me with a good impression. So I think it's important, and all the commissioners are going to discuss it, that we have a student representative on the Board of County Commissioners, maybe from student government, or whatever they decide, or the commissioners decide. I had another request from the commissioners and administration is, I'm always looking to get more money for the county so we can support more people. I don't know if the county, I'd like to see a list, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, a list of the properties the county owns. I know the county owns some properties, and what's instrumental that we have to own and have to keep, and what is maybe sitting idle that we don't have to keep and don't have to maintain. And the zoning codes on those, just to see if there is something we can liquidate and put into the pot to be able to help some more organizations within the county. Just a thought. I'm sure I'm going to hear about after this comment that maybe there isn't, but I think there is some county properties that aren't actually be utilizing. And with that being said, we have put some up for sale. So, and that's an ongoing process. I was just curious how many, Rob.
Yeah, we can certainly get that full list for you.
I'm on the Airport Advisory Board. A lot of good things happen at our airport. We interviewed some carriers, commuters basically, to different locations. A lot of it's sort of like closed session. I can't get into it now. A lot of good things happening at the airport. I think stay tuned. I think you're going to see where we're going to achieve some better locations, a better service to the county, and maybe even some opportunities to fly out of here finally and go just pretty much anywhere you want. So and you heard the Allegiant's doing Myrtle Beach. Everybody saw that already, I'm sure. I'm also, one more thing I think I have here. I'm on Washington County's Commission for Women. That's one of the boards I serve on. I've only been to one meeting. I'm going to try to get active in that. That was established in 1987 by the Board of County Commissioners. I think they told me I'm one of and now this is the ones that are there now, that I'm one of the first commissioners who's ever been on that actually ever attends their meetings. They're here to promote the role of women, the advocating on the behalf of women, educating the community on women's issues. They are struggling a little bit. I would encourage anybody to join, to get active in it. I mean, they do a pretty good job. When I was there, was only six members. And they have expos, and the expos are leadership, honing leadership skills, education, options in career for women, writing resumes, financial and self-improvement things. So, and they're free. So there's going to be some expos coming up. So Washington County Commission on Women, I'm going to try to help them all I can. I think they've been sort of forgotten. So we'll see what happens there. That's all I have.
That was a lot.
Commissioner?
Just to follow up with Commissioner Kiefer's, I think one of the big things is we want to make sure that that community center there in Cascade is there and continues. So thank you for holding that meeting, getting everybody together. Also want to say is I think all five of us attended the Clear Springs Volunteers Firefighters Awards Banquet on Saturday. Thank you for that invitation. That was well attended. I also, as one of my New Year's resolutions was to start visiting all of the different departments in the county. Yesterday, I just stopped by the landfill, and they took me on a tour there. They're doing an amazing job out there. I've done water quality and finances, definitely starting to get annoyed with me. But just want to say thank you to the employees out there and all the different departments for just walking me around and telling me what they do and, sharing their opinions about their department. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Court. I have two things I want to bring up. One I want to share and have County Administrator Slocum chime in at your convenience. We've been discussing trying to how to accommodate the citizenry with more meetings other than the 9 that we already do out in the county. And I've been working with Rob, and he's been working with staff to come up with some type of consensus to do a late afternoon or early evening meeting that would provide anybody at any given time for access to the commissioners to come in to be on the agenda or to participate in an extra citizens participation. Rob, would you elaborate on what you've come across with so far?
Absolutely, President Klein. So we've worked with Danielle Weaver and our PR and marketing staff, and we would like to launch today, I believe as early as today, a survey on our website and outreach to other organizations regarding time of a evening meeting or late afternoon meeting. So what you see up here on the screen is part of that survey. It goes into the background that we already do meet 10 times annually in the towns, which we shouldn't forget. But there will be opportunity, as President Klein, as you've mentioned, for more outreach when the public can join us more here in this session. So
what I would like to add, this is not just something I've thought of. All the commissioners have brought this up to amongst each other during our conversations and during the campaign. So I look this as a full commissioner's effort for more transparency.
right,
So we will be setting a meeting maybe in late February.
that's right.
Something like that, and it'll be a work in progress on how it evolves. I thought one of the suggestions was the first meeting in February, but we have State of the County, which throws that idea off. But I would like to begin the process and welcome input from every commissioner how we can approve it, and along with that survey, once again, providing more access to the community, to your elected officials.
Right. And the key part of the survey, commissioners, is what exact time that the public would like to see the afternoon or evening meeting begin, so that we can get the most participation here from the public.
And again, we've been going out to the community for years on regular scheduled meetings, so we're going to increase that. Thank you for your indulgence. Second, I want to bring up a subject. Last Friday around 11 o'clock, I was meeting with some emergency responders. We were talking about strategies for fundraising, the needs and wants for our first responders into the future. If you recall, at around 10 minutes to 11 o'clock, there was a multi-vehicle accident on 70 involving over 10 vehicles, emergency responders of all categories, Maryland State Police, helicopter, fire, police, everyone. And I'm proud to say it looked like we had it covered. That Washington County, from the volunteers to our professional emergency responders, were there. But what if the worst case scenario would have occurred and another tragedy, another series of accidents had occurred across the county? Were we prepared? During the last several weeks, all of us have been to banquets and talking to our emergency responders of their needs and wants, that their calls for services and demands are growing greater than their fundraising efforts are going. I'd like to somehow present today with all the commissioners' presentation to begin organizing a series of town hall meetings across this county involving all the emergency responders, career volunteers in every community, to start getting out the need and awareness that our volunteers are lifeblood of this community. We've all said they save us millions, as now we answer their call and respond for help. No, I'm not calling for an immediate fire tax or a fee. I'm calling for extra funding, and these town halls will be essential to educating, allowing the public to know what these volunteers add to our community and to our economic development and to our personal safety. So it would be my request to get a consensus going that we, through staff, start contacting our volunteers to see if we can do a series of town hall meetings discussing public safety and the needs for the future. And that would be my request if we could express
And you're
interest in
talking
that.
about moving something forward possibly in this budget cycle.
Maybe not more funding. That could be some of the things that we're already talking about. But again, I'm not saying fee or tax at this moment. I'd like for the volunteers to go out and start letting the public know their needs, the cost of absorbent, the number of calls of medic assist when we're taking fire engines. There's a myriad of things. What I think is important, that our volunteers get out in front of us and educate the public on their needs and how we as government can move forward the next decade in promising our citizens public safety. And it's in the early stages, so I'm asking for all input. I'm not demanding any specifics, but just to begin that public discussion. Chief Lohr said in an ESAC meeting, these are going to be tough talks, but they've got to begin somewhere. Gary Farrell, I think chief of Funkstown, sent out 8,000 letters, and only 1,000 letters came back with a myriad of levels of contribution. If each one of those letters, of 8,000 letters, sent back $50, which could be a stress on one family, there's, not saying one, but $1 a week, 8,000 letters, $400,000 just from that community, their funding needs would be mostly satisfied or on the way to be solved. So again, I'm not requesting to have a fee or a tax yet, but to begin the conversation on how we move Washington County forward with public safety in the future. So thank you for any of your cooperation and encouragement on that. Thank you. And that ends my report. In essence of time, would it be okay if the commissioners that we move to the Youth Meritorious Awards? Or, I'm sorry, Rob, would you have any more staff?
As far as staff comment, I'm excited to bring staff here in front of you today. They will be presenting very quickly. You will be hearing more from Dave Hayes and our emergency services regarding some of your sentiments, President Klein, to inform you and get engaged in solutions for that. But in the interest of time, I have some other comments. Perhaps we can come back to those, but thank you, sir.
On behalf of our students who've been waiting, let's go to Youth Meritorious Awards. We can come back to staff. So, Stephanie, would you come forward?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Throughout the school year, the Board of County Commissioners present Youth Meritorious Awards to middle or high school students attending both public and private school or those being homeschooled in Washington County. The following individuals have been selected based upon their scholastic achievement, leadership qualities, community service performed, or other positive contributions to their school or community. These exceptional youth have consistently worked and distinguished themselves as exemplary students and members of our county. It is my pleasure to present the following youth for recognition today. Indira Arana is in 8th grade attending Boonesboro Middle School. Drew Lobley is in 6th grade attending Northern Middle School. Macy Montiel is in 12th grade attending Smithsburg High School. And Alyssa Getz is in 12th grade attending North Hagerstown High School. Thank you.
Okay, our first award presentation is Indira. Who has Indira?
I have that.
Go to the microphone, sir.
Indira Arana, correct? Get it right?
That's pretty good.
pretty good letter of recommendation. It's, you're a special student, they're saying, and high achieving on the Distinguished Honor Roll. Indira is part of course and merit course and is a very committed student. She works very hard to be in school, but if sickness arises, she is very responsible in meeting deadlines and getting in missed work. Her dedication and self-motivation in her schooling is refreshing. She is a student that also accepts her classmates for their differences and accepting of the others. She is caring as well as a good role model to all those around her. She is helpful to her classmates and teachers. Her smile and positive attitude is contagious to others, thus making her a great leader and an inspiration to her peers. You're in 8th grade at Boonesboro Middle School. You were nominated by Holly Gardenauer and your parents, Raul and Erica Arana. First, I'm going to present you with a Washington County pin and a Staples gift certificate. Now the certificate of recognition. Certificate of recognition, Indira Arana, in recognition of your outstanding achievements in being selected as a recipient of the January 2019 Youth Meritus Award. Your academic accomplishments, leadership, and extracurricular activities are to be commended by both adults and peers in Washington County. In all aspects, you have shown yourself to be a superior role model for all youths. We, the Board of County Commissioners of Washington County, Maryland, do hereby congratulate you on your achievements, awarded this 29th day of January 2019. Congratulations.
Christopher Drew Loveley, come on down. Good day to you. Youth Meritus Award Summary. Christopher, they call you Drew? Drew Loveley. Parents, Andrew and Victoria. James Loveley endorsed the following. Christopher Drew is a recipient of the Dr. Ben Carson Award for his outstanding scholastic and community achievements. As a young student, Drew collected over 100 blankets for local shelters. He is a constant helper for Micah's Backpack. He is currently in the Magnet Program for Economic Excellence in Northern Middle School, is a member of the Olympic Development Soccer Program, and just recently helped his Junior Hubs football team go undefeated and win the KYFL championship. I'm certain his parents can add to this young man's resume. Thank you for your consideration and acceptance of this award. Congratulations to you. Now I will read the certificate of recognition for Christopher Drew Loveley. In recognition of your outstanding achievement in being selected as a recipient of the January 2019 Youth Meritorious Award, your academic accomplishments, leadership, and extracurricular activities are to be commended by both adults and peers in Washington County. In all aspects, you have shown yourself to be a superior role model for all youth. We, the Board of County Commissioners of Washington County, Maryland, hereby congratulate you on this achievement. Congratulations. Let's have a picture there. This way, this way. Thank you very much. And the commissioners have also awarded you a Staples gift card and one of our lapel pins. And if any of us are absent, you're more than welcome to go in and make a vote. I say that often. Would you like to introduce anybody here in the audience that's with you, a teacher, parents, family? My mom and dad. Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Any order. Go ahead.
AC Montiel. Ooh, jeez.
Macy Montiel is Macy Montiel. So she's awarded the Washington County Youth Emeritus Award. She's very active and a leader at Smithsburg High School. Macy's the president of the senior class, the treasurer of the student government, and president of the National Art Honors Society. In 2017, she was also awarded the Shining Star for her achievements in biology and Faculty Honor Award in 2018. She's an honor roll student and also attending Hagerstown Community College. She is an avid volunteer, also earning 350 student learning hours by volunteering 2 summers at a children's day camp in the Habitat for Humanity event and student government activities. She's a caring person and aspires to be a nurse practitioner. In addition, she also has a part-time job. Full schedule. Good luck with nurse practitioner. I hope you stay here.
Pardon me.
But, I forgot to say, you were nominated by your grandmother, Christine Ellis, and parent is Laura Lewis. Are they both here? Congratulations. But in recognition of your outstanding achievement in being selected as a recipient of the January 2019 Youth Meritorious Award, your academic accomplishments, leadership, and extracurricular activities are to be commended by both adults and peers in Washington County. In all aspects, you have shown yourself to be a superior role model for all youth. We, the Board of County Commissioners of Washington County, Maryland, do hereby congratulate you on your achievements. And you're my first award. So.
Congratulations.
Just remind me. I definitely understand.
So I'll go ahead and give you the goods first.
Oh.
The pen.
Okay, we'll just-
And
we
I
got
think
that.
everyone wants to know how much is on this gift card. Alyssa is the daughter of Brian and Janet Getz and was endorsed by Frank Getz. Anyone here you'd like? Thanks for coming. So this is what's said about Alyssa. Alyssa has been very active in her community for many years. She has supported veterans, animal rescue efforts, fundraisers in support of elementary school aged children. She has also been continually active in supporting North Hagerstown High School, secretary to the Key Club, and National Honor Society. All this while maintaining a GPA of 4.15, taking AP classes, attending Hagerstown Community College, and working as a professional mentor. She recently received early acceptance to Penn State University. And below is a summary of her many activities. Senior at North Hagerstown High School, taking AP courses, 4.15 GPA, deserves repeating again. Early acceptance to Penn State, attending Hagerstown Community College, member of the National Honor Society,
Pretty good.
has maximum plus required service hours for graduation, has participated in dance for the last 6 years, certified professional lifeguard, supported for Otis Safe Program, that's a dog rescue organization, volunteered at Washington County SPCA, traveled out of state to rescue dogs in Kentucky. That's great. Participated in Halloween Parade in Hagerstown, representing For Otis Sake and Penmar Association of Realtors. Assisted Key Club in raising funds in support of Alex Lemonade, Reach, and For Otis Sake. Coordinated Key Club Halloween Room for elementary school aged children. Volunteered at Hagerstown Homeless Shelters, and volunteered at the American Legion in support of Veterans Thanksgiving Day dinner, dance, and food service. We also have a certificate here. Certificate of recognition to Alyssa
Now you
Getz
flip that.
in recognition for your outstanding
flip.
achievement in being selected as a recipient of the January 2019 Youth Meritorious Award. Your academic accomplishments, leadership, and extracurricular activities are to be commended by both adults and peers in Washington County. In all respects, you have shown yourself to be a superior role model for all youth. Signed by all 5 county commissioners.
Okay, students, we'd like to get some group pictures down here. Katie, wherever you want them, up front or by the flag. So
two, three. 1, 2, 3. Great. Thank you. Parents?
You can get individual pictures with your parents or however. You made your parents look good. Don't ever let them forget this. How are you? Congratulations again.
Hurry up, Jeff. You can photobomb all these.
Oh, I've already done it. Hey, this guy sends me in this. Okay.
I love it.
All right, gentlemen.
No, it was okay. It was. But I'm just heading off.
Okay.
More time eating.
Again, we'd like to get back on schedule. Again, my apologies for running behind. We'd like to begin with citizens' participation at this point in time. Is there anyone in the front row who'd like to participate? Come forward. Name and address, please.
Karen Luther, 1701 Abbey Lane, Hagerstown, Maryland. I'm the former Department of Purchasing Director after 30-some years. I retired in 2017. I told Rob when I departed, he was in my office, that if one thing would bring me out of retirement, it would be a local preference, and that's what I'm here to talk about today. I saw it was on your agenda. A few things I want to bring to your attention is back in 1999 and a few times after that, the Cumberland Valley chapter of Associated Builders and Contractors, Inc., one of their principles is that they want fair and open competition. I have a letter here from Will Selhammer, that was the president, and at the bottom line of this letter, he states the Cumberland Valley chapter of the Associated Builders and Contractors, Inc. wants nothing more than to keep work here locally, but we cannot preach about free markets and merit shop philosophies on one hand and then support any policy that creates barriers to competition and does not add any value to our industry as a whole. So your Associated Builders and Contractors do not look forward to local preference. It also would affect them when they go into the other local jurisdictions. We're not that far from Pennsylvania, not that far from West Virginia, that it could affect them if they decided reciprocity in those states if you implement a local preference. Tucson, Arizona, I have a copy of a presentation that they had. They had a local preference. It went to court. It was overturned. They were not allowed to have that. It was not, it went against what their laws and so forth were. And if Code of Local Public Laws here in Washington County state that you will award to the lowest responsible bidder, you would need a law change if you went into using local preference. Also, if you have federal funds involved, you cannot have local preference on those bids if there are federal funds involved in those projects. 2016, you'll note, I have a file back here, it's about this thick that I've kept through my 30 years regarding local preference. None of it really supports local preference. In 2016, there was an article in the paper when Commissioner Leroy Myers brought up local preference. At the end of it, Senator Andrew A. Serafini said he supports the commissioner's intent, but he warned about unintended consequences that local preference can create. I don't want to make it harder for our local businesses to go into other jurisdictions too, he said. Ideally, Serafini said he would rather see a nationwide system without local preference, leveling the playing field for all companies while encouraging lower bids that make the most efficient use of taxpayer funding. Other things that you have to consider is, what is a local vendor? What about the resident that lives in Washington County, but his business is in another county or another state? What if he ends up being the low bidder and you don't consider him a local vendor because his business isn't in Washington County? So you use your preference, go the next low bidder, but he's a resident of Washington County. Some of the things I can bring to the table with you are historical information. I remember an engineering project that was arbitrarily by the commissioners. They stepped over the low bidder who was not in Washington County and awarded to a local in-county contractor. The contractor who was stepped over appeared, and they're just across the line in Pennsylvania, appeared before the commissioners not to ask them, he had started right off, not to ask them to overturn their recommendation, but he wanted them to be aware that he had another business located out at the airport. So he was someone that had a business in Washington County and didn't feel it was fair to arbitrarily step over. And I know one thing that John Martirano always told me, the county attorney, if we ever did appear in court for a bid award, someone that was protesting, if we did not act arbitrarily or capriciously, we would win the suit. That's basically the bottom line. So if you acted arbitrarily and awarded to a local bidder by stepping over a non-local bidder, that's acting arbitrarily unless you had a policy in place. But the policy basically benefits that contractor, that local contractor you'd be awarding to. Doesn't necessarily benefit the whole of Washington County. I know you're running short on time. I have plenty of information that I could give to you. There are also county residents that are employed by those contractors that are just across the line. So if you stepped over a contractor that was from Pennsylvania and awarded locally, it doesn't necessarily mean that the people that work for that contractor are from Washington County. The same way Washington County employees or Washington County residents work for contractors outside of Washington County. So there's many legs, just like the federal government shutdown. There's many tentacles that go out and affect so many people. The same way, it sounds good in theory to have a local preference, but there's many tentacles that you have to think about before you would implement such policy. So, and I'm available to answer any questions that you might have. And I can also leave this information, copies of it. I'll leave it in the purchasing department if you'd like to see any of it. So, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone else in the front row? Mr. Clemens, come forward, please. Name and address.
Good morning. I'm Tom Clemens. I am the chairman of the Historic Districts Commission. I sit on the Historical Advisory Committee, and I've been the president of Save Historic Antietam Foundation, a volunteer nonprofit 50c3 organization for over 30 years. So it's fair to say I've spent an awful lot of my time trying to preserve Washington County. And you have a letter from the Historical Advisory Committee. In the interest of time, I am not going to go over it. I'm sure you all have read it, and I encourage you if you have not. But I think a couple of points that do need to be addressed with this. One of the things that really struck me was, if you recall the front page of Sunday's Herald Mail, the Cool Hollow House was accepted for inclusion on the National Register of Historic Places. One of 81 houses in the county or structures in the county on the historical register. That's outstanding. That's really remarkable. And the opposite of that, of course, is the issue that came to the Historic District Commission earlier this month, where someone wants to tear down the Emmert Emmert Wingert House, which is over 208 years old, is, in the opinion of professional restorers, eminently a restorable house. He applied for a demolition permit. The Historic District Commission voted unanimously against granting a permit. The house could easily be restored if anyone wanted to, and it will go to the Planning Commission next week. And ultimately, if the Planning Commission recommends against it, it will come to you gentlemen. We understand property rights. If somebody owns a house, they do have the right to tear it down. That's certainly an important part of our American system. But as the letter makes clear, there are other considerations as well, and I think they do need to be taken into account. The letter focuses mostly on preserving the historic community, etc. I would like to add one other point of view, which is not in the letter, but I think we need to think about too, and that is, of course, money. As Dan Spedden, who couldn't be here today, will remind you often, historical tourism is one of the biggest industries in Washington County, responsible for hundreds of jobs in this county and millions of dollars coming in. Now, I've lived here almost 40 years, and we have an incredible collection of what I consider to be historic gems in this county. Unfortunately, we carry them around in a paper bag. We do almost nothing to protect them. And when they're gone, you can't get them back. Now, I commend what this commission has done in Williamsport. I think it's terrific. You have demonstrated in the past help for preserving our historical tourism industry. And because of that, I think that the idea of adding a delay of demolition clause to our ordinances would be a good idea. Frederick County is considering this and has a public hearing on it Thursday night. And it might be well for someone on the staff to look at what Frederick County is doing and see if that might be an option for Washington County. And so really that's all I want to say, is just that I think we really need to be concerned about the fact that any one of our historical gems can be randomly destroyed, and there's very little we can do about it. And I think a delay to demolition would be a good first step to work with the historical community and owners to see if there can't be some sort of mediation or compromise to keep Washington County as one of the premier attractions in the whole country in terms of historical tourism. Thank you.
Thank you, Clemens. Thank you. Is there anyone else for citizens' participation? Please come forward. Seeing none, I'd like to jump around to Leslie Hendrickson to do the proclamation with Vice President Baker for national report. Did you bring the bacon?
No,
Thank you. Leslie Hendrickson Hart, Washington County Department of Business Development. And we are here to recognize January as Pork Month. I'm proud to tell you that we have 22 local farms that are producing hogs, swine, farrows, and we have amazing pork products. We actually have for you today, and I'm going to let Terry make the presentation to who I have with me today, Lori Waltz. But we have for you to taste today Lori Waltz's bacon. You have 4 varieties. I hope you enjoy them. Be warned, one is spicy. You have brown sugar and cayenne pepper. You have maple bacon. You have just the plain, good old bacon. And you have bacon with chocolate on it. So Carmen is going to present that to you. And I would just like to tell you that Lori Waltz Family Farm has been in Washington County in the same family for over 200 years. Over 240. 240. I stand corrected. We're coming up on the 250-year mark. So I think Terry has something to present to Lori in recognition of this being Pork Month.
Here comes.
Thank you, Ms. Hart.
Bring it on over.
How fitting we're going to have an opportunity to sample some bacon, and part of the proclamation talks about each American eats approximately 18 pounds of bacon a year. And as you can look at the county commissioners, I think, I can't speak for all of us or all of them, but Some of us may eat more than 18.
Particular, oh, they're all samples.
Sell
Yeah.
bacon, we eat less
Thank you.
because everybody buys it.
I'm not shy.
Yeah. So
Oh, man, right there.
anyhow, thank you for coming to Washington County to present this proclamation on behalf of Washington County. It's a proclamation presented January 2019, Washington County Pork Month. Whereas Washington County pork producers are dedicated to being efficient producers of low-cost, high-quality pork products, and whereas farming is a 365-day-a-year job, and the responsibility of animal care is shared by each member of all our farms. And whereas pork is an excellent source of protein, vitamins, and minerals, and is heart healthy, low in sodium, and a good source of potassium. And whereas the other white meat is a versatile and nutritious meat appropriate with any meal. And whereas Americans spend over $4 billion a year and eat over 18 pounds of bacon per year, as you can see, many county commissioners eat more than that. Whereas pork chops, sausage, pork tenderloins, ribs, shoulder, and bacon are all good to eat. Now, therefore, we, the Board of County Commissioners of Washington County, Maryland, do hereby proclaim January 2019 Washington County Pork Month. Again, thank you very much. Congratulations.
Oh, that's a damn good idea.
It's a little spicy. I got my chocolate, so do my taste buds. I need to.
All right, here we go. 1, 2, 3. All right.
That wasn't too spicy.
And Court, to your question, we will be celebrating the blue in February. And I know that we're going to have, your future will hold ice cream, cheese, peaches, apples. So you got a lot coming down the pipeline.
I gained 15 pounds running for this. I'm going to gain more sitting here.
Okay, I'll work on the vegetable side of things for you. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the bacon.
Tear it up. Huh? Tear it up. Like, you know what?
Right. Again, thank you, Leslie, Lori, for that presentation. We'd like to back up now and go to reports from county staff. Please come forward.
I'm even bringing my bacon with me so nobody steals it.
Good morning, Director Hayes.
Good morning. David Hayes, Director of Emergency Services. I'm here today to speak to the commissioners about a request we received from the Hagerstown City Police Department. And they're interested in an opportunity that might be presented on behalf of the commissioners. We recently retired a 1991 GMC air truck that was replaced in 2016. To date, we've had that on Gov Deals, and we've lowered the reserve price. The last was at $5,000 without any bids at all. And at that point, I feel it'd be prudent to present to the commissioners the possibility of donating that truck to the city of Hagerstown, most specifically the Hagerstown Police Department, for use by their auxiliary police. Once they take out the air unit components, which will be a compressor and the bottle cascade, that basically becomes a box truck. It only has about 70,000 mile on it, and it's made it through all of its COMAR inspection, so it's certainly roadworthy, and they've already looked at it. So we're here to ask the commissioners consider that as a surplus vehicle and make a donation to the City of Hagerstown Police Department for use in their auxiliary police department. It would be equipped with items that would support both city and county police and fire operations, most specifically on those emergency and non-emergency events, traffic control, traffic barriers, and that type of stuff where they need a vehicle to actually transport that.
Okay.
Would that be considered a donation to Sarah? Is any financial windfall for us at all, or?
No, I mean, you know, if you weigh the option of trying to sell it on gov deals, obviously we've heard there's been some issues. We haven't looked at the price. We haven't, you know, received any, you know,
Okay.
buyers in that respect. I think that was the main thing, so I don't see any issue.
And just to mention, not that it comes directly back to the county, but the auxiliary police do support county functions outside the areas of the city. I can give you the most recent with the Community Volunteer Fire Company Fair Place Carnival. They were able to get down last year and help them with traffic control, and that was this specific organization that would use the unit.
There's none of the, and I'm sure you've checked this out, but none of the volunteer fire companies or rescue services would need that vehicle or could use it?
We have not offered that out to any of the independent volunteer corporations. Again, it's not a vehicle that we would consider viable for primary use. They use it mostly in non-emergency capacities, but if that was the wishes of the commissioner, we could certainly explore that. But the position we would take is we think it's best served to move it into the auxiliary police department for Hagerstown.
But the city reached out, the city police department reached out to you first.
Right. We actually had a conversation with previous Chief Brito. We were at a meeting at our office, and the vehicle was outside, and he had asked what that was, and we had that conversation. That's what spawned the idea that it could be something that serves them well.
So is this a request from Brito, or is it a request
It's
from,
actually,
because he's been long
Paul
gone?
Kiefer, Chief Kiefer.
Okay.
Is current.
Kiefer.
Yeah, Kiefer.
Yeah.
So this piece of equipment wouldn't be a first due, it wouldn't really even be a second support piece of equipment. It's, if any other
Auxiliary.
local volunteer companies would want it, it's going to be mostly used for non-emergency, like with auxiliary police or things like that for events and
Exactly.
backup.
Yes, sir.
If,
I make the motion.
Second.
any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Morning. Mr. DeVito, welcome.
morning.
Good morning to you.
I brought backup. Is that all right? I'll be brief because I promised Mayor Hose that I would get Juanita back to the office as soon as possible. 'Cause
That's okay. I have
I think he's covering the phones and he doesn't want to get in trouble.
He's watching too, so thank you very much.
On any given day, I could, and I honestly believe this, on any given day, I could pick 4 random staff people and employees of our division and bring them up here and tell you a story about exemplary service. But these individuals behind me, I think, are deserving of this particular recognition because even though we have that quality of individual and that quality of service that we try to present to our citizens on a day-to-day basis, there are times that, you know, due to complacency and sometimes just, you know, lack of whatever happens, we kind of drop the ball. And we operate in Clear Spring on a contractual basis. We have both the wastewater and the water plant. The plants are owned by the town, and we supply the individuals that run it, the operators and the expertise to back it up. And last year at this time, the contract was up. Every year we are looked at again, the contract is up for renewal, and we have a discussion with the town, and they have an opportunity to critique our service and to make their concerns evident to us, and we try to address those. Last year at this time, they weren't very happy with the service that we were providing for several reasons, and which are kind of irrelevant right now because they don't apply anymore. We met with the town and we had some discussions, and because of the dedication and the quality of the individuals I have sitting behind me here that I'll introduce in just a second, I had a conversation with Juanita last week, and she and explained to me and told me of the mayor's satisfaction and pleasure with the level of service that we're providing. And before, I mean, I would just like to introduce the people, and then I'm going to let Juanita speak because I've said way too much already. On the end there is Kim Bowers. He's our superintendent of operations. Next to him is John Klein. John has been before you several times because John, on a regular basis, the level of service that he delivers is just unbelievable, and that's become his standard. That's what we expect from him every single day. Next to him is Justin Smith. Justin is our brand new CPO at Clear Spring. He's the one that's responsible to make sure that plant runs on a day-to-day basis. And the next individual is the acting assistant superintendent of operations, and that's Kevin McClanathan. Kevin has been instrumental in providing structure and working with Justin to make sure that we had the plant operating at optimum levels so that we meet all our compliances. These individuals have done an outstanding job in turning this around in a very short period. Now I'll be quiet and let Juanita speak.
Morning.
Good morning.
The town of Clear Spring has had a rough start to the new year. The winter storms have left the town's citizens without power on several occasions, which have affected the water and wastewater facilities. Along with the power outages on a cold winter's night, the town had a water break. Where most were home, snug in their warm beds, water quality and town personnel was searching the system to locate the leak and keep the town in operation without a loss of service. Under the guidance of Kim Bowers, Kevin McClanathan, and Rocky Bishop, the county personnel worked together to avoid a critical situation. Chief Plant Operator Justin Smith has gained the confidence of the town officials back. Last year, the town officials were not happy with the communication levels and were interviewing qualified firms to operate the town's facility. Mr. Smith is taking his responsibility to a new level, providing the citizens of Clear Spring with the highest quality of service. Under his leadership, Donnie Schilling has proven to be a valued operator. And we welcome Brian Nichols and are excited to teach him the Clear Spring ways. Water Distribution Manager John Klein has always continued to provide top quality service. His expertise and opinion is highly valued by the town officials. The town appreciates Dan DeVito, always answering the dreaded town clerk calls and his prompt responses. The town officials acknowledge the age of the plants, the town is working to improve the facilities and thanks Mark Bradshaw for his assistance in writing grants for the town to hopefully upgrade the existing generator at the wastewater treatment plant, install a generator at the water treatment plant, and upgrade equipment at the wastewater treatment plant that is failing. The town of Clear Spring is proud of the service provided by the Water Quality Department. At this time, the town would also like to thank the commissioners for allowing the town to participate with the highway work crew and hope the program will be restored to full operation. Doug Levine is doing a great job coordinating the crew and communicating with the town staff. Also, thanks to Wayne Kiefer for spearheading the community deputy program. Officer Tracy Payton is doing an outstanding job. The town appreciates the support from the Washington County Commissioners and is hopeful that the lines of communication will remain open.
Okay, and I'm glad she mentioned Donnie Schilling and Brian Nichols because obviously somebody has to stay behind to make sure everything is continuing to run while we're here. So they're back running the plant, and but they deserve recognition also, and I'm glad that I failed to bring them up in the beginning, and I'm glad that Juanita.
I always have Dan's back. You know, somebody has to cover for him.
It's a big back.
It's a big back.
Absolutely.
She's a very busy lady.
Okay, any questions, comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for sharing.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Any other reports from county staff? Please come forward.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm just here to let you know about we're going to promote Pam Mong to the position of Chief Design in the Engineering Department. It's a grade 16 step 4 at $71,386,000. In addition to that, we're also going to hire a firefighter 2 technician
Mr. David Olson will be taking that position in emergency services at a grade 5 on the DES scale at $41,736,000. Mr. Clay Shealy will also be hired by the Washington County government as a firefighter 2 technician, grade 5 on the DES scale at $41,736 in the Department of Emergency Services. So,
Are you requesting a vote for those positions?
yes, please.
Okay.
I just want to make sure everybody knows that this is not new positions. We're filling open positions.
That's correct. These are all budgeted positions.
All right, hearing none, is there a motion on the floor?
Make the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other reports from county staff? Seeing none, or whoops, Mr. Downey? Go ahead.
Commissioners, the delegation have asked for the commissioner's position on several bills, several local bills. The first one is a bill that alters the safety zone for archery hunting. Basically, what this does is add Washington County to the list of other counties where the safety zone for discharge of or for hunting by archers within 50 yards from a dwelling house, residence, church, or any other building or camp occupied by human beings. That would be a reduction from the standard 150 yards, and it's consistent with other counties in the state, including Calvert County, Carroll County, Frederick County, Harford County, Montgomery County, St. Mary's County, and the proposal is to add Washington County to that list. The second part of the bill is a requirement that in Washington County, like in Montgomery County, when an archery hunter is shooting within 50 to 100 yards of a dwelling house, residence, church, public or non-public school, or other building, the archery hunter shall be in an elevated position that allows the hunter to shoot in a downward trajectory when hunting any wild bird or mammal. So these are bills of local import, or this is a bill of local import that was discussed. Commissioners, we'd ask that you
A
take
letter
vote
for
to
support?
it. Yes, and then letters be provided to the delegation regarding the commissioner's position.
Commissioners, would you support a letter for that bill?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Second bill,
Consensus, okay.
yeah, I can indicate that it was unanimously supported by the
Thank you.
commissioners. Second matter is a bill regarding alcoholic beverages, Sunday hours of sale. This is a request. Currently, right now, a holder of a Class A beer license, Class A beer and light wine license, and Class A beer, wine, and liquor off-sale license. Currently, Sunday sales are allowed from noon until midnight. This would change the opening time of the sales from noon to 11 a.m. So it's an hour additional on Sundays. The individual who's requesting this bill indicated that other surrounding jurisdictions have earlier opening times. Frederick is 10 a.m., Pennsylvania is 9 a.m. Taverns in Washington County open up and can sell alcoholic beverages at 11 a.m. if they're serving food. And they indicated that this was particularly difficult for them from a competitive standpoint when a holiday falls on a Sunday, such as New Year's Eve or Christmas Eve. So this would add an extra hour on Sundays for liquor sales.
Commissioners, thoughts, suggestions? Consensus to support or not?
Was it unanimous support from your delegation on that bill?
I don't know what the delegation's position is at this time. I don't know whether they've.
Whose bill is it? Who's submitting?
Right now, as drafted, it has not been filed yet, but it is, would be coming from the Washington County delegation.
They were filing them as a group now.
Yes,
not
they were
individually.
approached by a
So
constituent.
they're filing as a group.
That's right.
I really don't see the harm in it. I think I'm
Consensus
fine
move
with it.
forward with a letter of support?
I would support it.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Five
Okay,
consensus.
the final,
If you would, on the future bills that they want us to support, it would be interesting. I'd like to know if there was any opposition by our local delegation.
Okay. The final bill is a disposition of marriage ceremony fee. I believe you've gotten an email on this. What this would do is in Washington County say that $15 from the marriage ceremony fee that is paid to the clerk of the court, $10 of that should go to the Washington County Historical Society and requires some reporting or imposes some reporting requirements on the Historical Society. I spoke with the clerk of the court. He indicated that this will have no impact on county revenues because right now this money is going to the state, so this would have a state impact but not a county impact. Obviously would provide local support to the Historical Society.
From what I read, I thought it went from $15 to $25, and that extra $10 went to the Historical Society, and the $15 still went to the state.
Yeah, I believe that's what it was, actually.
Yes, that's right. The fee is $25 in Washington County, and it says that each month the clerk shall pay $10 of each fee into the general fund of the county, and then from the remaining $15, the clerk shall pay $10 of that to the Historical Society, as opposed to it going to the state fund.
So what's the current cost?
The cost remains the same. The total cost is not changing.
So
it's $25, which is what is set by law as the Maryland judge's fee for performing a marriage ceremony.
where does the $15 come in?
Right now, it's going to the state, and the Historical Society is asking that that be diverted to, or $10 of that be diverted
Yes, I
to
don't
the
understand.
Historical
You're
Society.
mentioning, or do you pay $15 or 20? Is it going from $15 to $25?
No.
It's 25 total. It sounds like they're trying to redivert the fees from the state all
I
back to the
understand that.
county.
Okay.
Yeah, no additional.
So 15 will remain with the state, 10 back to the county from the 25.
No.
It's always 25.
Okay.
25 is not changing.
Okay.
$10 right now goes to the general fund of the county. That leaves you 15.
So what do we do with our $10 that goes to the general fund?
I guess you
It's used to pay general fund expenditures as a whole. It just comes in, contributes to our annual revenue.
Any idea what that dollar amount is?
4,000
4,000.
a year.
Any other questions?
It looks like there's approximately 100
So
or
they want to tell us how to spend our $10 versus telling.
No.
no.
Well, yeah, they are, because they're asking us to put take $10 of the fee. We don't get all of the $25.
You don't get all the $25. You get $10. The state gets $15. You're still going to get $10. The state is going to get $5. And the other 10 out of the 15 is going to go to the Historical Society. And apparently they collect about 400 of these fees a year.
So it's not huge. I'm okay with it.
All right, that, I'm okay. Consensus to move forward with the letter. There we go.
Thank you.
Any other staff reports to I move down to senior staff presentations? Seeing none, senior staff presentations.
So commissioners, the first to give Sarah a moment to prepare herself. She's first on this list and what's in our package here today for you. With the new board and in the spirit of open, transparent dialogue and conversation with the best of the county and morale, et cetera, in mind, thought it'd be a good idea for each director to come present to you who they are and welcome you to each of their departments or divisions, as the case may be, and give you a brief oversight of overall Washington County government. Without the sheriff's office being here, you're seeing a representation of about 450 staff members represented by these 13 individuals. I feel strongly that each one here and the folks that are behind them do a wonderful job, and would look forward to entertaining in the dialogue here and future conversation on your insight and ideas on how we may improve. And without any further ado,
Good morning, Commissioners. Sarah Greaves, Chief Financial Officer. I oversee the Division of Budget and Finance, which is comprised of Budget and Finance, Purchasing, and Grant Management. There's a lot to speak about, but I'm going to try to keep it short today. Certainly, if there's anything that I didn't cover during this brief presentation, please reach out to me. I can get you any answers that you need. Our division does handle functions of accounts payable, accounts receivable, payroll, budgeting, fixed asset accounting, debt management, and other general accounting activities, as well as financial statements at the end of the year. We obviously also handle the procurement side of the house and grant management. Just to give you a reference, our accounts payable team pays approximately 500 invoices a week, and our accounts receivable team handles approximately 35,000 billings each year. The office coordinates, monitors, and analyzes budgets for 19 funds comprised of over 150 departments. A budget to actual comparison is done each quarter as well as at the end of the year to ensure appropriate accounting of transactions and management of county funds. In addition to these reviews, the department also completes and distributes to the Board of County Commissioners a quarterly report, which identifies both financial and economic trends or changes that are important to the county. A debt affordability analysis is also conducted annually and provides a method by which the county's debt position can be evaluated, tested for stress and affordability, and compared to other jurisdictions. The analysis provides the county commissioners and the citizens with a way to assess the impact of a bond issuance, both short and long term, and allows for informed decision-making regarding financial proposals and capital spending priorities. The procurement process that we have here at Washington County is also one that brings great value to the county and its residents. Through our policies and procedures, we strive to maximize competition to the greatest extent practical. This is done through the process of either obtaining quotes or advertising a bid or request for proposal. The purchasing department oversees and manages these processes to make sure that our departments are in compliance with our policy. And then our Office of Grant Management is generally charged with the administration and management of several different funding programs. Those include the community organization funding, the gaming funds, the general fund contingency, and the hotel rental tax funding. They are also responsible for the oversight and management of all grant funds received by Washington County from the state, federal, and even private sources, which amount to millions of dollars in each given year. So that is a summary of our departments. Again, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me directly or any of my directors. Thank you.
Good morning again, Commissioners. I'm Deb Payton. I'm the Director of Health and Human Services here at Washington County Government. Health and Human Services is comprised of both HR and the Recreation Department. The Human Resources Department has a staff of full-time of 7 people, and the Recreation Department operates with 4 full-time people, and in the summers, about 60 part-timers. Human Resources serves over 750 full-time and wonderful and hardworking employees, and during the summer, our workforce increases to about 1,000 with all the seasonal help that we hire. HR is responsible for managing the recruitment, a comprehensive benefit package for our employees and their families. This package includes health care, retirement, life insurance, disability, and a wellness initiative. The department is also responsible for compliance of employee safety and risk management. Our safety program offers training programs such as confined space, CPR training, and other OSHA-related training. Risk management assures the liability insurance is available for all our county buildings, vehicles, and other property. The Human Resources Department is a resource for the department directors within the county to assist them with recruiting, employee relations, and policy adherence. HR coordinates with departments regarding succession planning of employees retiring or leaving the DROP or ISRP program. DROP and ISRP program allows the employees to retire on paper, and they can stay for a maximum of up to 5 years. The Recreation Department, which is located at the ARC at HCC, coordinates over 250 programs for the community annually, with over 9,500 participants this past year. They also manage youth summer leagues for soccer, basketball, and volleyball with over 1,400 youth participating. In addition, the Recreation Department partners annually with the City of Hagerstown and HCC for 5K walk and runs. 2,300 individuals participated in these two events in the last year. We'd like to thank you. If you have any questions regarding our division, please feel free to stop by and see us in the Human Resources Department or out at the ARC at the Recreation Department, and we'd be, welcoming you there and happy to talk to you. Thank you.
Mr. Wood, come on up.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ron Wade, Information Systems Division. My division consists of two departments, Information Technology and Wireless Communications. Together, combined, we have 19 employees. Wireless Communications office is located in the County Office Building at 33 West Washington Street and consists of 4 employees. The primary customers for wireless communications are public safety entities such as fire and police units. Their main responsibility is to maintain and manage the county's Motorola public safety radio communication system, which consists of thousands of mobile and portable radios, and 10 tower sites which house the transmitting and receiving infrastructure for this public safety system. My department that I manage is the Information Technology main office is located in this building on the 3rd floor and consists of 15 employees. Our primary customers are internal divisions and departments. So our customers are the county employees mostly. Our main responsibilities included, but are not limited to, because we have lots of them. We maintain and manage 2 data centers. One is downtown and one is at Elliott Parkway. We maintain and manage the computing infrastructure. We have thousands of desktops, laptops, virtual computers, tablets, etc. We maintain and manage the voice and data communications infrastructure, which is our computer network that allows us the computers and the phones to talk to each other. We maintain and manage the county's business telecommunication system, so we're your phone company. We manage the county's cloud-based information systems, which is our Oracle system, which is our finances and our HRMS system, and are moving to our Office 365. We maintain and manage multiple department information systems such as Excel, which is our permitting system, and Munis, which is our taxation system. We provide technology-related training services to all county employees, and we manage and maintain the GIS data and mapping services. So we do a wide variety of technology-type related services. If you have any questions, we're located on the 3rd floor. We have our technology, some of our mechanics, if you will, are located in the basement of this building. So we would be happy to see you. If you have any technology questions or anything about the infrastructure, please drop in and say hi. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
Thank you, Katie.
No direct department didn't bring us. They've departed, so I felt comfortable saying that. Good morning.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Danielle Weaver, and I'm the Director of Public Relations and Marketing. Our office is located in this building and has a staff of 4. At this moment, the team is working together to run today's meeting, and we run all of the commissioner meetings. Brittany and Kim are in the back. They're in the AV room, and then Katie is out taking photography or photos and also just passed out a nice packet to you. Teamwork is extremely important in our department, as we do create materials for all county divisions and departments. The mission of our department is to strategically serve the communication needs of Washington County through creative and factual endeavors, employee and citizen education, responsible promotion, and community building. We strive to be the trusted first source of communication on behalf of the county. The department has been working with Ignition 72 to revamp the county's website. We are consolidating several websites to be housed under the umbrella of the new county website. The sites being consolidated are EDC, the airport, Rural Heritage Museum, and Black Rock Golf Course. We have plans to launch the new website by the end of February. The new website will be clean, simple, and user-friendly. The Public Relations and Marketing Department, we also manage 7 Facebook pages, 3 Twitter accounts, Instagram, and the YouTube channel. It is important to actively promote Washington County through all social media channels. We post about events, ribbon cuttings, groundbreakings, road closures, and so much more. The department is focused on marketing the county as a great place to live, work, and play. We are using multiple media partners to brand Washington County, such as radio, digital, print, event, and video. With my creative team in place, we successfully handle all graphic design, photography, videography, video editing and design, event planning, and website management in-house, allowing us not to have to outsource and saving the county money. We also work with all divisions and departments throughout the county to create branded presentations and marketing campaigns. The Public Relations and Marketing Department strives to provide facts and details about Washington County government to our citizens. We hope that you will see that in the upcoming State of the County presentation that we've put together for next Tuesday, February 5th. And if you have any questions, our door is open and we are happy to share more details about what we do. Thank you.
That was a shameless plug for the State of the County, which is next Tuesday during your regularly scheduled meeting, February 5th.
Good morning, Commissioners. Susan Small, Director of Department of Business Development. And I don't know what she handed out, but I just want to point out that my staff brought bacon today. The Washington County Department of Business Development strives to inspire and implement innovative economic development efforts in Washington County. We're a staff of 6, myself as director, Leslie Hart, agricultural business specialist, Linda Spence, business specialist, and Carmen Harbaugh, business support specialist. We currently have 2 vacant positions for office manager and business leader. Business leader is responsible for business attraction and recruitment for Washington County. Additionally, the DBD has an exclusive partnership to co-locate with our Small Business Development Center representative within our office. The DBD staff interacts with a vast network of public, private, and nonprofit organizations in the community, including the Maryland Department of Commerce, the City of Hagerstown, and surrounding municipalities, Washington County Chamber of Commerce, Hagerstown Convention and Visitors Bureau, Greater Hagerstown Committee, and Chief, to match the business community needs with available quality and programs. The DVD is partnered in Suite 1401 with marketing and PR conveniently, where we work hand in hand on a daily basis to market and promote Washington County as a premier place to live, work, and play. Through social media posts, marketing campaigns like our Making Connections campaign, promotional events, networking and exhibits, fresh marketing collateral, space branding, and lots more. The staff of the DVD supports and administers our business incentives for potential and existing Washington County businesses. With incentives and financing programs from a variety of sources, we are ready to help businesses open, expand, or relocate in one of our many communities. Our mission is to create and sustain a positive pro-business climate to allow businesses to grow and prosper within Washington County. Oftentimes, you'll find our team carrying out that mission by co-hosting resource meetings with lots of other county departments, becoming the one-stop shop for existing projects or potential projects. The DVD continues to track ongoing job growth and development in Washington County. We've tracked our completed projects in 2018 that now total over $61 million in capital expenditure, creating over 250 jobs, and the projects currently under development that were announced in 2018 to be completed in 2019 and 20 that total over $243 million in capital expenditure and create an additional 450 jobs. The Washington County Department of Business Development is taking care of business in Washington County, and we invite you to come talk to us anytime.
Yeah. What's that?
Monday, January 22nd, in the Herald Mail on a tri-state page, it mentioned that Washington County was open for business and a competitor to development in Pennsylvania. Kudos and hats off for staff for
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Andrew Eshelman, Director of Public Works. The Division of Public Works manages and operates much of the county's infrastructure. Included within the Public Works Division is the Department of Highways. We have Parks and Facilities, Transit, the Black Rock Golf Course, and the Cascade Town Center. The Highway Department maintains a total of 850 miles of roadway, and we divide that into 4 different maintenance sections. So we have Central, East, South, and West. In addition to general maintenance of county roads, the Highway Department is responsible for servicing and mowing stormwater management facilities, traffic signals, pavement markings, regulatory and directional signing, and as well as providing fleet maintenance services for all county-owned vehicles. The Parks and Facilities Department creates and sustains a system of parks and recreation areas for county residents and visitors. We have a wide range of type, size, and amenity offerings, include facilities such as the Mount Etna Regional Park, the Marty Snook Park, which includes the swimming pool. We have Devil's Backbone Park, the historic dam, and the Agricultural Education Center, just to name a few, which is a regional attraction for agricultural events, trade shows, and corporate events, and as well as the site of the Rural Heritage Museum. The facilities are responsible for the maintenance of all the buildings, grounds, and parks owned by the county, and we provide support to many of the agencies here in running their buildings and offices. The Transit Department operates all of the public transit in Washington County. The system includes the County Commuter Program, which runs 14 fixed urban routes. In addition, Transit provides transportation for the elderly and persons with disabilities through the paratransit service. They also operate the Job Opportunity Access Program, or JOBS, in cooperation with the Washington County Department of Social Services. Last year, total ridership among all programs exceeded the 500,000 mark. Black Rock Golf Course is celebrating its 30th anniversary this year in 2019. The course was voted the #1 municipal course in the state of Maryland. The course hosts many tournaments, league plays, as well as Washington County public school competitions. Washington County assumed ownership of the Cascade Town Center approximately 2 years ago, and Public Works is responsible for the overall site maintenance of the remaining 520 acres, including the buildings, lakes, dams, water system, tenants, and the leases. In addition, Public Works coordinates with the county's Department of Business Development and the master developer JGBLI and the marketing and development of the property. Finally, the Public Works Office acts as liaison with state agencies, municipalities, community organizations, and multiple boards. And you can find my office on the second floor of this building, and many of the departments and their personnel scattered among the county on a daily basis, keeping the roads and buildings safe for everyone. So thank you. Stop by and see me, or I'd be happy to share with you any of the operations that we have going on at any time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan DeVito, Director of Environmental Management. Our division, I would promise I'd be in 2 minutes. Division of Environmental Management was created in 2007 to consolidate all the departments that were under environmental regulations. The division is responsible for the safe, economical, and efficient operation of and management of the Department of Water Quality, Solid Waste, in compliance with all state and federal environmental regulations. We are also responsible for the implementation and management of the state's MS4 Phase 2 MPDES permit. We're responsible for all budgeting and problem solving. We also are responsible for the local nutrient management and the tributary strategy. Currently, there's 114 employees in the division, including 12 of which are part-time. The division consists of the Department of Water Quality, which is water treatment and wastewater treatment, Department of Solid Waste, Department of Engineering Services, Department of Laboratory Services, Pretreatment Program, and Stormwater Management. Our Department of Water Quality operates 7 water treatment plants, 7 wastewater treatment plants, 52 wastewater pumping stations, 673 step tanks, approximately 2,500 grinder pumps, and we serve 1,380 water customers and about 10,800 sewer customers. We maintain 351 miles of sewer line and 34 miles of water line. Last year, our budget was a little over 25 million. 18 of it was in Department of Water Quality and roughly 7 in wastewater. I'm sorry, in solid waste. Also in the solid waste department, we also manage the county's recycling program. And that's an important part of it. I think one thing I need to mention that I didn't in the stormwater management program and in the MPDS MS4 implementation, we're quite proud of the, we're in charge of the maintenance and the operation of the Clean County Initiative, which is extremely important to the county in several ways. Lots of good things are coming from that particular department. And as always, anytime, the door is always open. I encourage all of you to drop by anytime, and we'd be more than happy to show you around and introduce you to our people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wastewater treatment plants, and they asked me to drink the water there.
And you didn't do it, did you?
I don't know, but I think there's times we put water.
It is pretty amazing.
Cleaner than it does come in.
And since you have been elected to serve, we've made several changes and several upgrades, and I encourage you to come back and see the improvements we've made. Thank you.
Mr. Goodrich.
Good afternoon, Steve Goodrich, Director of the Department of Planning and Zoning. We have 10 full-time positions in our department. Our work is focused on long-term planning. We are linked directly to the appointed Planning Commission, and much of our work requires approval by the Planning Commission and often by the Board of County Commissioners. Planning Commission and staff are in the midst of updating the mandated comprehensive plan. This board will be presented with that plan for adoption at some time in the near future. The plan is an analysis of our past and our present in order to create a guide for future growth, development, and preservation. It will contain a series of recommendations that the staff and the Planning Commission will then implement after the plan is adopted. Planning and Zoning administers 8 land preservation programs, which are driven by applications from individual property owners. We initiate and manage amendments to our zoning, subdivision, adequate facilities, and forest conservation ordinances. Planning and Zoning also manages the required periodic update of state-mandated long-term planning documents like the Water and Sewer Plan, the Land Preservation Parks and Recreation Plan, and the Solid Waste Management and Recycling Plan. We administer forest conservation programs, and we maintain data to analyze school adequacy during the development review process. And all of these duties are guided by and in support of the comprehensive plan. Planning and Zoning has a very talented GIS staff that provides and maintains mapping data for our department, for us to use for analysis, as well as several other county departments, and on occasion for the general public. We will be heavily involved in the background of 2 important projects that will occur during your term as county commissioners. That would be Next Generation 911 and the 2020 census, which is coming soon. Planning and Zoning also provides staff support for the Planning Commission, the Agricultural Advisory Board, the Right to Farm Board, the Historic District Commission, and the Hagerstown Eastern Panhandle Metropolitan Planning Organization. And on top of all of that, we have daily contact with citizens to answer an endless variety of questions about land use and zoning and other related issues. So we're located in this building over on the 2nd floor of the annex, and as everyone else has said, you're welcome to come and visit us if you have questions or you need more information about any of that I've mentioned.
Thank you.
afternoon. Scott Hobbs, Director of Engineering. We have a staff of 21, including engineers, engineering technicians, project managers, surveyors, the real property administrator, GIS analyst, the technology coordinator, and administrative assistant. We're responsible for planning, designing, building, and maintaining safe and efficient county infrastructure while working to preserve the environment. Our office designs and manages many capital improvement plan and infrastructure projects each year. Last year, we completed Southern Boulevard, Garris Shop Road Bridge, Hancock Library, Trigo Road culverts, bridge scour repairs, parking facility improvements at 100 West Washington Street, ADA curb ramp improvements, and various other drainage projects throughout the county and South County flooding. Our pavement maintenance program is managed by the office and involves preserving and maintaining 850 miles of road by hot mix asphalt and chip seal applications. We have a bridge inspection program that we inspect and maintain 92 bridges over 20-foot spans, including our 14 stone arch bridges. We have over 180 minor structures, what are spans of 6 to 20 feet, that we inspect and maintain. Several of these structures are replaced or repaired each year. Currently, we're in the final design phase for Professional Boulevard Bridge. We recently completed Yale Drive. Construction is anticipated for later this summer with Professional. We'll also start Poffenberger Road Bridge Stone Arch Rehabilitation Project that'll happen later this summer. There's several building projects managed by our office. We're in the final design phase of the Public Safety Training Facility on Sharpsburg Pike. We're also involved with the renovations for the court and Register of Wills. We design and manage stormwater management projects, including but not limited to stream restorations, bioswales, bioretention areas to improve the environment, and obtain credits with National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System Permit, the MS4, and the Clean County Initiative. We're also involved with coordinating railroad crossing projects, improvements with SHA and the railroad companies. We also spent a lot of our time last year on South County and all the flooding projects. We provided projects at Chestnut Grove Road for the culvert replacement, Valley Road bridge repairs, Harpers Ferry Road retaining wall repairs, Garrett's Mill Road Bridge is ongoing. We look to complete that here this spring. Sandy Hook Gabion Wall protection and numerous other repairs in the county. We work closely with the Division of Public Works in regards to road maintenance and traffic requests. We also work closely with the Division of Construction with the inspection of these projects, and also with the Division of Plan Review for the review and development as it relates to our roads. And we're located at 80 West Baltimore Street. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Okay, my name is Ashley Holloway. I am the new Director of Division of Plan Review and Permitting. My division is located at the County Administrative Annex at 80 West Baltimore Street. I supervise 16 dedicated and hardworking employees, which include civil engineers, city planners, permit technicians, administrative personnel, and zoning professionals. My division is in charge of being the intake point for all new land development and building projects in the county, and to ensure that they all comply with applicable ordinances such as the zoning ordinance, subdivision ordinance, grading and stormwater management ordinance, and to a certain extent building codes, which we do in conjunction with the Division of Construction. My division, we intake different type of permits, up to 50 different permits. Last year, we processed 5,000 permits. We also do plan review for different type of plans, such as site plans, store ornament plans, grading plans. So we did close to 200 of those plans last year. We work closely with other county departments and divisions, such as business development, planning and zoning, engineering, and construction. My division provides administrative support for the Board of Zoning Appeals, the Animal Control Board, the Electrical Board, and the Plumbing Board. Okay, our customers could range from an individual citizen to a land developer, to a surveyor, to an engineer, to a tradesman, to a real estate professional. Okay. My division, we embrace a philosophy of customer first with the primary goal of consistently exceeding customer expectations. If you ever have any questions or concerns, please don't hesitate to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
For being here less than 30 days, I think that's an excellent start, Ashley. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Rich Eichelberger, Director of Construction. And I am, like I said, I'm the Director of the Division of Construction. We're located at 80 West Baltimore Street, along with the Division of Engineering and the Division of Plan Review and Permitting, which we do work very closely together. So it's great that the three of us are in that building together. Our division is comprised of 21 employees and performs all building-related plan review and inspections, stormwater, utility, and roadway construction inspections, investigates complaint-driven service requests and construction inspections, including the consultant service inspections for the county's capital improvement projects. The staff have certifications in their fields of expertise, most having certifications in multiple fields. I serve as the county's code official and have oversight of local code adoption to comply with the Maryland state mandated code updates, which are required on a 3-year cycle, which you're aware we're in the process of starting that now. Last calendar year, our staff have completed 38,327 division-wide inspections. That's completed by 12 of the inspectors. The staff of 4 plan reviewers completed 2,283 residential and non-residential plan reviews. And also the inspection staff investigated and inspected a completion of 1,522 service requests and their inspections. And we also provided inspection services to a minimum of 24 capital improvement projects, which the Division of Engineering oversees. These services were all provided while maintaining 24-hour or less response time to the requests of the inquiries. Our customers' base is broad and includes the BOCC, other county divisions, departments, boards and commissions, local, state, and federal officials and representatives, including the towns within the county, developers, consultants, and property owners, and construction firms, including current and prospective business owners. All Washington County citizens are potential customers, regardless if they are planning a construction project or have questions concerning or proposed or completed work. We strive to work in cooperation and keep the lines of communication open with the property owners, developers, consultants, and contractors to form a partnership for each of their projects to provide the most efficient and cost-effective service. As everyone else has said, our door is always open. I encourage each one of you to come sit down and talk to us. We can give you more details on how our division performs our required processes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again, Commissioners. David Hayes, Director of Division of Emergency Services, Washington County. We're co-located with the Division of Environmental Management at 16232 Elliott Parkway, which is a Conococheague wastewater treatment plant. The county's Division of Emergency Services, also known as DES, is responsible for the oversight and management of the Emergency Communications Center 911, the Office of Emergency Management, Fire Department Special Operations Team, Fire Department Support Services, and the Emergency Medical Services Operational Program. DES is led by a full-time director and full-time department heads who oversee the daily operational components of emergency services in Washington County. The division has 108 full and part-time personnel working directly within the division. The division also receives contributions and work from approximately 40 emergency management volunteers. The Emergency Communications Center is overseen by an assistant director with two full-time executive support staff. The Emergency Communications Center processes approximately 100,000 911 calls for Washington County to include the city of Hagerstown and all municipalities. The center also handles an additional 200,000 non-emergency calls throughout 2018. The 911 Center's 400 megahertz digital radio system enables first responders to communicate in a safe, seamless, and compatible way, enhancing their ability to respond to emergencies and save lives. Emergency management activities are overseen by an assistant director with support from a full-time emergency planner. Emergency management includes mitigation, planning, response, and recovery from natural and technical disasters. Washington County has a local emergency planning committee overseen by emergency management that coordinates disaster planning, conducts drills and exercises to the county emergency operations plan, and oversees a community outreach program consisting of home chemical safety training, citizen preparedness, and pertinent educational programs. The Emergency Medical Services, also known as EMS, section provides leadership, direction, support, and coordination to the county's EMS system. The EMS system is overseen by an assistant director, including 8 full-time advanced life support ALS technicians, also known as paramedics, and 5 part-time ALS technicians. This team deploys 2 highly specialized ALS chase units which support the 8 independent EMS companies in the delivery of the highest quality pre-hospital care. Additionally, ALS support vehicles assist in supplementing staffing to the independent EMS companies and are available to provide additional resources for high-risk events and large public gatherings. Fire and rescue protection is coordinated through DES by an assistant director. Working collectively with the Washington County Volunteer Fire and Rescue Association, DES coordinates the services provided by 20 volunteer fire companies, 14 of which are located throughout the county and 6 are located within the city of Hagerstown. All volunteer companies belong to the Washington County Volunteer Fire and Rescue Association. The association is approximately 1,400 volunteers, of which 700 are active volunteer responders who provide a combination of firefighting, rescue, emergency medical service to the community. Many of the volunteer companies have also hired career personnel to supplement the volunteer staff during times of low volunteer availability. The Washington County Special Operations Team is also overseen by the Assistant Director of Fire Operations. The Special Operations Team has both volunteer and career personnel who complete extensive training in various technical and/or specialized areas, including hazardous materials, trench rescue, rope rescue, water rescue, structural collapse, and confined space rescue. The Division of Emergency Services also jointly governs with the Volunteer Fire and Rescue Association the newly consolidated Emergency Support Services Station 25, which was formerly known as the Air Unit and a Rehab Unit. A Director of Training provides oversight for the training for the fire and rescue community within the county. The Director of Training is helping with the strategic planning and design coordination for the soon-to-be-built Public Safety Training Center, which will be located off the Sharpsburg Pike, approximately 3 miles south of Hagerstown. The Training Division is responsible for the coordination of advanced life support training programs in the county. And as the other directors have mentioned, our doors are always open. As a matter of fact, we are always open, so stop by anytime. Any questions?
Thank you. Dave.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. Looks like we saved the best for last. So I'm Garrison Plessinger, Director of the Hagerstown Regional Airport here. And we have 10 full-time employees backed up by another 18 part-time. That's not including the TSA staff that we have at the airport as well. There at the airport, we supply commercial service as well as general aviation needs. And in the air service department, we have Allegiant with us, we have Orlando Stanford year-round on Mondays and Fridays. And then also a nice new announcement that we have, if you guys have seen, we have Myrtle Beach that we are very excited to hear about. And that is seasonally starting June 6th. And then we will also have St. Pete Clearwater back as well. So we'll be running 3 flights with Allegiant through 3 different destinations. And then we also have flights via Southern Airways to Pittsburgh and also Baltimore as our daily commuter service flights. But the airport is not always just commercial air service. A lot of our business is also on the other side of the airfield. We have some of our airport businesses. We have some businesses that work with our DoD contractors, such as S&C and DST. We also have, as Randy can probably attest, one of the best FBOs around. the Ryder Jet Center, which they supply fuel, aircraft rentals, maintenance, and heated hangar space for the people that fly into Hagerstown. We also have avionics shops such as Plane Care and Royal Aircraft, and then we also are a home to the campus of the Pittsburgh Institute of Aeronautics, which is a mechanics school campus that serves the AMP certifications for the industry. And then we also have the Hagerstown Flight School as well as on the campus. According to the MDOT Economic Impact of Airports for 2018, it was estimated that Hagerstown had $130 million in business revenue that is generated from the Hagerstown Regional Airport. Through that, those businesses drove $21.5 million in state and local taxes. So it's often kind of perceived that the airport is, kind of out there away from everyone. And your guys' support that you have given us directly impact the growth and service that we have. So we appreciate that. And like I said, the doors are open. If you guys need to get out of the office and come see us, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you.
$130 million is a big economic impact on this community.
It is. And I actually have for you guys a pamphlet of the economic impact I can let you guys take a look at.
President Klein, commissioners, in addition to staff coming in here throughout the course of the next year, we'll be taking you out in various meetings to visit sites. It has been a very busy first month here, so we haven't got you out yet, but do plan to take all the senior staff up on their offer and go and visit when the schedule does allow. So thank you very much. I'm extremely proud of the staff and, again, the folks that aren't here today but serve as they have spoken for them so well. And it is an incredibly complex operation. I appreciate the time that you've spent listening to the diversity and the complexity involved here in running Washington County government. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Thank you.
Post-retirement employees. Folks, please forgive us running a little behind. We appreciate your patience and understanding.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Deb Payton, Health and Human Services. I just want to introduce you to the speakers today. Bolton is our consultants, and their expertise provides pension and retirement consulting service. The firm has over 35 years of experience. Today we have with us in the middle Mr. Colin England, Senior Consulting Actuary. Mr. England has over 37 years himself of actuarial experience, including work with the public sector. On the end, I have Erica Bodie, Senior Consultant. Ms. Bodie has 22 years of experience in retirement plan administration and oversees the administrative functions of the county's plan. Next to me is Mr. Kevin Bender, Senior Consulting Actuary. Mr. Bender has 29 years of experience. Kevin is the practice leader for Bolton's OPEB practice and is responsible for the actuarial validation under Gatsby 45. So without further ado, I'll turn the presentation over to them.
Thank you. Okay.
There's a clicker right there.
Clicker.
Yeah.
I'm in charge of the clicker? Okay.
Yes, to change your slides.
If you press the right arrow.
Yes.
Well, it was either the right or the left. I figured I had a 50-50 chance. I'm assuming you all have copies of the presentation and probably have spent hours puzzling over all this exciting stuff. So please, as I'm speaking, if you have questions, interrupt, ask them. I want to make sure that all of this makes sense. We're going to start by skipping the table of contents and going to the general summary. Yeah, I'm going to...
Yeah, he's delegating.
I'm delegating this. She has a better chance of remembering to click it at the appropriate times. You really have four pieces to your retirement program. You have, in addition to your pension plan, your post-retirement medical plan, and the LOSAP plan, the LOSAP plan applying to the volunteer firefighters.
you are part of Social Security and you provide retirement benefits and medical retirement benefits through Social Security. That is important for a couple of things. Social Security is different from your medical retirement plan, your OPEB plan as we call it, because it pays benefits past age 65, where the benefits from your OPEB plan stop at age 65. It's also important because unlike the pension plan, Social Security also automatically provides cost of living increases annually. We're not going to talk about the LoSAP plan much at all because the important issues right now are with the pension and the post-retirement medical plan, because there's been thoughts about making changes to those, and we're going to address those. We'll say that the LoSAP plan that you guys have historically been very good about funding the LoSAP plan. Most counties are just starting to fund their LoSAP plans because of the change in accounting rules, causing them to either fund their LoSAP plan or recognize the liabilities on a much lower discount rate, hence recognizing a much larger liability on their balance sheet. And your plan is close to fully funded, which is extraordinary, at least in this state. Anyway, moving on to the next page, still in our summary. Things about the retirement plan I think are important. One, you have consistently contributed what's called the actuarially determined contribution. Now that may not sound like a great accomplishment in life, but if you look around the country, we've dealt with lots of plans. I've dealt with Detroit and Kentucky, and we've bid on work and talked about New Jersey and Illinois. Some of these names you may have heard for having plans that aren't all that well funded or in serious financial trouble, depending on how you want to phrase it politically. Frequently, the cause of that has been years of not contributing the actuarially determined contribution. Y'all have been on the far opposite end of being very consistent about always contributing the ADC, and even a step further, typically contributing it at the very beginning of the year rather than at the end of the year. So that's why, in general, your plan has been in pretty good shape, your pension plan. The post-retirement medical plan is in even better shape. It's very well funded. The LoSAP, as I mentioned a moment ago, again, well funded. Your benefit levels are comparable or better than most of the surrounding counties. And the only plan that has any significant issues really is the pension plan, and we'll talk about why in a few minutes. I should mention that one of the really important things for actuaries, since we're making what we expect to be reasonable guesses as to what will happen in the future, is the assumptions we make as to when people would terminate, retire, die, etc. And we recently completed a study of the assumptions to compare the experience to what's happened over the last 4 or 5 years. And we found that there's some things we need to change, but that in general your assumptions are in pretty good shape. That makes us much more comfortable that the estimates of that we're making of what will happen in the next 30 years are reasonable assumptions. We have some suggestions of changes in plan administration that we think would be a good idea and in the plan documents. And we should mention that another critical part of the managing of the pension plans, since you have significant amount of assets built up in these plans, is your investment manager and the investment approach and what they expect the returns to be. We're not going to discuss that in any great detail. We think that's something that you should be talking at some point to your investment advisor on. I know the pension committee does meet with them twice a year, I believe. And that's enough on that topic, I guess. Let's move on to funding retirement plans. Now, retirement plans are long-term projects. And if you were to stop putting people into your pension plan tomorrow, you'd still be paying benefits out for approximately another 70 years. So this is, a long-term event. It's important to be aware of some issues with that, one of which is that the promises are for long in the future, and the promises in your plan are based on what people earn right before they retire. So you don't know how long you're going to be paying them, and you don't know how much you're going to be paying them for years to come. Because of that, there's something called actuarial funding methods that spread the cost of a pension plan over all time. The funding method you use is called the projected unit credit method, and the point of that is to try to create intergenerational equity for those that are effectively paying the contribution to the plans, the taxpayers. And the point of that is to charge the taxpayers who are using the services of the people earning benefits the cost of those benefits while the services are being provided, so that when each employee gets to retirement, their benefits are fully funded. We'll talk about that a little more. Assumptions, as I said a couple minutes ago, they're critical. The recent review of the assumptions found that we needed to make changes to 2 of them, but that the other assumptions were pretty much fine. And again, long-term investment returns are critical. When you fund and how much you earn on the investments. Now, if we switch to the next slide, this is something that NASRA, which is the state it's the National Organization of States, effectively, state pension administrators. And they study where the sources of the money that went to pay for benefits goes. And they note here that roughly 2/3 of every dollar paid out of a pension plan comes from investment earnings. And of the rest, about 2/3 of the rest is paid by employer contributions, 1/3 by employee contributions. Now, why that's really important is that the earlier you contribute to a pension plan, the greater the investment earnings. That's one of those things you always see the investment advisors tell people with 401ks, if you contribute $1,000 a year each of your first 10 years from 25 to 35, you'll end up with more money than if you contribute $1,000 a year for 30 years, starting at 35. And it's the same thing with pension plans. Early contributions result in higher investment earnings, reducing effectively over time contributions. Moving on, I'm going to talk more specifically about the pension plan. Now, that last slide is pension plan specific, but the same thing applies to your post-retirement medical plan and your LoSAP plan, which is another form of a pension plan. Moving on to the first graph. The first graph shows how well funded the pension plan is. And the pension plan is not as well funded as we would like, and that is partly because of some previous issues that I'll talk about momentarily, but that over roughly the next 20 years, you'll reach fully funding with this plan, meaning you'll have $1 in assets for every $1 in liabilities. And all the benefits that have been earned to date will have been paid for. Let's move to the next slide, which shows the contributions that you're expected to make to the plan. This year looks to be the high year that you're expecting to put in about $12 million. That's about twice as much as the $6 million you were putting in 5 or so years ago. And that amount will drop a little over the next few years and then increase as payroll increases. And then in roughly 2035, will start to drop because you will have paid off the unfunded liability, and all you will be paying is for the value of benefits being earned at that point in time. And that contribution is substantially lower than the contribution you're paying currently. Now, you may be asking the question of why is it that the pension plan is not better funded than it is? There are a number of things that have happened in the recent past. One of them were the 3% COLA increases, and those increased the liabilities in total by about $7 million, and the contributions by about $1.5 million a year for the next few years. Those were not advance funded, meaning the increases starts to be paid and then you fund it over just the next 3 years after it's already started. There were also, when we took over from the prior actuarial firms, there was a problem with their valuations. They had unintentionally left some of the liabilities out, and you had not been funding for those liabilities for some years, and that was about $5 million in liabilities. In addition to that, we suggested revising the discount rate assumption, which is the critical investment return assumption. We advised reducing that from 7.75% to 7.5%. 7.75% was probably a great number only 5 or 10 years ago. Investment advisors are absolutely convinced that returns will be lower in the future than they have been in the past, and we assume that they, since that's what they do for a living, they have a good idea that that is the right direction of investment returns. And we also changed the retirement assumption slightly because since that assumption had been adopted, you had adopted a DROP, a deferred retirement option program, which allows employees to effectively freeze their benefit and at an earlier age and start having their retirement benefit put in an account for them. And the ISRP, which effectively allows the same thing, except that they get that amount monthly in a check as opposed to accumulating in an account. And those plans are things that we've experienced elsewhere and typically yield people retiring more closely to when they are first eligible to retire with an unreduced benefit. Now you may look at that and say, well, how big a deal is that? Roughly 1/4 of all of your employees are currently eligible to retire with an unreduced benefit. Large chunk of them. Your employees seem to have be retiring later than typical, and that's an interesting thing that we ran across.
Should they be retiring later because the high cost of insurance once retirement hits? But that's what I'm hearing from employees, that one of the things hesitate them from leaving now is they got a $1,500 a month healthcare. Is that the reason employees are staying longer and costing our plan more money?
Well, employees staying longer actually cost your plan less money, the pension plan. You may pay out a benefit that's larger, but because you pay it later, the overall cost is reduced. So you're actually better off from the pension plan perspective from people retiring later rather than earlier.
From the prospect of retiring and enjoying life, they won't.
Well, that's the different issue. But
sorry to interrupt.
No, it's a good thing to interrupt about. In total, these changes affected the liabilities by about $26 million, which is a very large chunk, and increased the annual contributions by roughly $6 million, from a little above $6 million to a little below $12 million. Let's move on. Now, how does your plan compare to surrounding counties? And for this purposes, I didn't just use surrounding counties, I compared it to all of the counties in the state. Your benefit rate of 2% a year, that's a very common one. 2.5% is used by a lot of plans for public safety, but pretty much everyone is in the 2 to 3% for public safety, around 2% for regular employees, general employees. The retirement age of your plan, in your plan, where people can retire at somewhere between public safety people can retire at 50 with 20 years of service, is a little earlier than usual. And there's been a move in the recent past to move that back to 55, or in the case of one client I have, to 60. And general employees, it is unusual to see people being able to retire with only 25 years of service. So you allow retirement a little earlier than is typical. The drop is a type of program that is frequently provided for public safety employees and is rarely provided for general employees, and you provide it for both. The ISRP, the in-service retirement program, is something that is not seen anywhere else in the state. And I must say that I have run into one or two of these in the private sector in the last 35 years. So it's a rare kind of program.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
What makes it an exception for us? Why don't other jurisdictions offer service or drop for non-emergency service employees? What's their general reason?
Well, the better way of looking at it is, why did they offer it for public safety in the first place? And the drops were created initially as an incentive to encourage particularly police officers to work a few extra years, to allow them to start taking their retirement benefits at 25 or 20 years of service when they're first eligible, and accumulate that in an account and then receive it in a lump sum in a few years. The thought being that that pool of money was a significant incentive. And in a lot of cases, and I will use Philadelphia because we did a big study for Philadelphia, we found that implementing a drop encouraged police officers to retire about a year and a quarter later than they were retiring before the existence of drop. So that was the first purpose for drops. Drops were also then put in with the thought of it would help with the planning for succession, because at least for senior folks, you know that they're going to retire at the end of the drop period, the typically 5-year drop period. So you know you got 5 years to find their replacement. So those were the two reasons that drops were implemented in the first place. It is not spread much beyond public safety, largely because drop is not nearly as valuable to somebody that's retiring with 30 or 35 years of service as it is to somebody that's retiring with 20 or 25 years of service, because they're getting into the drop much earlier. That help answer your question? Okay. Employee contributions, you're sort of right in the middle of the pack, a little lower than some. And the one thing that you're not as competitive with, though there are a number of other counties that don't provide COLAs, is that you don't provide an automatic cost of living increase. That is not an inexpensive thing to look into. Ms. Payton, Ms. Greaves asked us to price that out, and the cost of implementing a 1% automatic COLA would be about a $20 million increase in liabilities and an increase in the annual contribution of about 5.6% of pay, or $2.3 million annually. So it's not an inexpensive thing to do. And there has been a lot of pushback to reduce COLAs, or in the case of places like Rhode Island, to effectively eliminate it for many years, because COLAs are quite expensive, and retirees are not generally the people that most governments are most concerned about. It's the employees. And the state, for example, cut back on their COLA because of not being well funded, and effectively pays COLAs only every few years until they're better funded. But let's move on from the COLAs. I'd say sort of a summary is that generally your plan is a little better than other counties around the state. And the source, by the way, this is the MACO study, which comes out annually with updates, so you're always welcome to look into that. Moving on, one of the issues that we were asked about was the potential for cost savings, and there's two thoughts on cost savings. One is reducing the current contribution. The other is long-term, reducing the cost of the plan. For reducing the cost of the plan long-term, really the best alternative is to reduce the benefits that you would pay for newly employed employees. That's a tried and true method that's been used many, many places. New York, I think, New York City has the most tiers I've ever seen. I think they have 7. 6, maybe it's 6. They have 6 tiers where 6 times over time they've changed the benefits downward for new groups of employees. Now, some of that actually makes sense in that employees, as you read, if you ever read about Social Security, one of its great problems is that people that are covered by Social Security, which is almost everybody, is the employees are living, or the people are living longer and retiring later. So having a later retirement age doesn't necessarily harm things because a lot of people are already electing to retire later. But we'll talk about that alternative in a minute. The other alternative that we talk about is simply reducing the current contributions by spreading out paying the unfunded liability over a longer period of time. Now, you may immediately recognize that drives up ultimately the total cost of the plan, but it reduces the amount being paid each year for some time. Let's move on to the next page, which has discussion of the change in amortization. We looked at 3 20-year level dollar, 20-year level percent, 30-year level dollar. Now, by level dollar, level percent, I mean level dollar is like amortizing your mortgage. When you buy the house, you don't pay the whole amount. You pay X dollars a month, then you pay X dollars a month for every year for the next 15 or 30 years. Level percentage of pay is something done in the public sector where the thought is the cost of payroll is going to increase every year roughly by inflation. So rather than making a level dollar payment, which effectively decreases the value of that payment each year, because it becomes a smaller and smaller percentage of total payroll, we would instead contribute so that it's the same percentage of payroll every year to pay off unfunded liability. And that's the approach that we looked at. Now, moving on, the first alternative shown there, the new benefits provisions, is what we talked about a minute earlier. Let's move on. One other side issue is the current investment advisor thinks that your investments will earn, or at least using their table of expected returns on different classes of assets and looking at your classes of assets, their expectation is that your investments will earn more like 7% a year. Now, that may be too conservative. Part of the issue is they're looking at a 10 to 20-year horizon. The pension plan does not have a 10 or 20-year horizon. It has a 30 or longer year horizon. So they may be a little too conservative. We're currently using 7.5%. If you were to reduce that 7.5% to 7%, that would increase the contributions about $1.4 million. And the current contributions that you're paying is mostly to pay for unfunded liability, which we talked about a few minutes ago. Your contributions for the unfunded liability is about 24.5% of pay. The employee contribution and the employer contribution to pay just for the benefits earned this year total about 13.5%. And we talked about COLAs a little before. They get mentioned here again. Let's move on to the next page. One alternative that we looked at amongst a number of others, but the one that seemed most plausible, was to increase normal retirement from 60 to 62 and 30 years of service, or for public safety to increase it. Well, actually, it's not changing at all. For public safety to keep it at 50 or 25 years of service. to keep the same 2% of pay formula that you currently use, to change the final average pay from a 3-year final to a 5-year, to keep it at a 5-year as currently provided, and to limit drop only to those who are in the public safety positions, and to eliminate the ISRP. Now, we're looked at doing this only for new employees. So this is affecting no current employee, just employees after some point in time. And to increase vesting from 5 to 10 years. And then as interest rates have come down, I'm sure that you've checked with your bank recently and they're not crediting you 6% on your money in the bank. We suggested reducing the interest that's credited on employee contributions for those who leave and take their contributions before retirement rather than receiving a retirement benefit from 6% to 4%, and the same with the credits in the drop. Now, the impact on that is to lower the cost of benefits, and it has not a very fast impact because if we switch to the next page, well, yeah, you've already gone to the next page. If we look at your current employees, we're expecting roughly half of them to leave by 2028, in 10 years, roughly. About 3/4 of them by 2036. So if you're not changing the benefits for anybody but the new employees, it takes effectively a generation of employees to cause the cost to lower. But the effect of that would be to drop the total cost by roughly 1.4% of pay. Anyway, not all that exciting, but we'll move on. The other alternative we talked about was changing the amortization period for the unfunded accrued liability, and that would reduce the current contribution, which was about $12.5 million, to 10.8 or 9.4 or 9.9. We do not suggest the last alternative on this page, which would have reduced it to 8.2 million. And the reason for that is shown on the next slide, which shows you graphs of what the impact would be. This is not specific to the contributions here. It's for a random $1 million beginning unfunded liability. And the problem with the 30-year closed group level percentage of pay is that, in fact, your unfunded accrued liability would go up for roughly 10 years, closer to 15 years, would increase because the contributions aren't enough to pay the interest on the unfunded liability. So our suggestion, if you were to go that route to try to reduce the current cash flow, recognizing that it ultimately increases the total cost of the pension plan, would be one of the other alternatives.
And I don't know if Colin mentioned it, but the current amortization period is 15 years. So when we're talking about extending it, we're starting with a baseline of 15.
Okay. Other issues. The last two cost of living adjustments, we have funded those over 3 years rather than the 15 years, which we're typically funding the unfunded liability. The reason for that is that you typically try to fund benefits over the working lifetime of employees, where there are no working lifetimes for your retirees. So funding the COLA between now and the next COLA is a much more reasonable approach. What you want to avoid with COLAs is having a string of them that you're funding over time, even though you've paid the money out already. And in this case, we shortened that amortization period to only 3 years. We are, as Erica pointed out, we're funding gains or losses over 15 years. We talked about the discount rate already. We talked about the experience study. One important thing to note is that the experience study actually ends up with two sets of retirement assumptions, because retirement is counted differently for the pension plan than from the post-retirement medical plan. In the pension plan, we count everyone who enters DROP or enters ISRP as retired. So their benefits are funded only until they enter one of those. Folks in the post-retirement medical plan are only counted as retired once they leave, because the post-retirement medical benefits only start when you leave employment. So there's a difference between the two sets of assumptions. They're not really different. They're based on the same experience. They're just measuring different departure times. And I should mention that your disability experience is much lower than we expect, but the problem with disability assumptions is you don't get very many people disabled. And you get, now and again, something bad happens and you end up with a bunch of people disabled in a short period of time, and that doesn't happen very frequently. But so the experience is low. We don't expect very many people to become disabled, and even less are actually becoming disabled, but we don't see there's any reason to change that because the rates are very low to start with. Moving on, we talked about the discount rate assumption. Part of what has happened in the last 10 years roughly is a migration downward from 8% to 7.5% or lower for discount rates amongst states, large public entities. Some of them have been held up, like California, by having the huge issue of having contributions going up and having to do something to ameliorate the problem of making groups that are already stressed to make their contributions have to pay more. But the trend is clearly downwards amongst what different institutions are using, and 7.5 is about the median currently. The trend is towards lower. Moving on. There's some plan administration issues that we thought you should consider. One is the definition of compensation, which I understand has recently been cleared up, and the pay that's being used in calculations and for the valuations now matches how the plan is written. There are a number of people that have left in the past that you have not done formal calculations. You did estimates of their benefits when they retire in the future. That's something we think it would be a good idea at some point for you to clean up, because the problem with people that have left years ago is when they retire 10 or 15 years ago, finding the information is frequently a huge problem. Just finding the people sometimes is a huge problem, but finding the information necessary to do their calculations can be also a problem. There's a minor thing with relation to the summary plan description that's provided to employees, in that it doesn't actually define what normal retirement date is, and it probably should. It was supposed to be provided in a separate document. And then there's a couple of procedural things that don't happen all that frequently, but are important to document so that they're done when they happen infrequently. They're done the same way every time. That's the service purchases and the quadros. And one other minor thing not mentioned here that we think might be something you would want to consider is that before passing legislation changing the pension plan or the OPEB plan, that you consider having analysis done of the cost of any changes. Typically called fiscal notes, that come with whatever proposed legislation there is. I'm going to turn this over to Kevin for him to talk about the post-retirement medical plan.
All right. Good afternoon, and thank you for the water.
You're welcome.
Makes it a little easier to speak here. The retirement medical plan is super well funded. It was 99.7% funded, effectively 100% before. That's for a number of reasons. One nice thing about retirement medical plans, most of them started around 2008, right when the market was the bottom. And so they've been averaging some 11, 12% since inception, which has helped. And also medical costs haven't been increasing as fast as we thought 10 years ago. So a lot of the retirement medical plans have done better than anticipated. We're going to talk in a minute. Colin mentioned the experience study, and he said everything was about the same. He was right, except for one assumption, which from my perspective is not about the same, which is retirement. And this could fall into your question a little bit here. Just as a little background, the retirement medical plan provides about 50% of the premium to people who retire only until age 65 for the employee and the spouses. That's a nice benefit, and it's more valuable than you might think. And just because medical costs are higher for older people like Colin and myself, not Erica, than younger employees, and so it's 50% of the premium, which the real cost is even higher than that to the county. But that being said, it is an expensive benefit, and we found that about a quarter of the people that have elected medical coverage who are eligible for the benefit just say no thank you, either because their spouses have benefits or because they can't afford it or whatever reasons. When we did the retirement experience study, we found that people are retiring later. Okay, so if you have a pension plan, that's not as big a deal as for a plan like yours, which ends at age 65, because if you have, let's say you're assuming that people retired at age 59, and now you say they're retiring at age 62. From my perspective, as an OPEB actuary, your benefit ending at age 65, the benefit is half as valuable as it was previously assumed. If the benefits go forever, or as long as we're on this earth, and so instead of a benefit going perhaps 30 years, it goes 27 years, it's a 10% drop, which is significant, but not half drop, so it's very leveraged. So you're going to see the new numbers are considerably better. And in effect, you're going to see you're going to have a free plan for indefinitely, barring changes, which there will be. There's a relatively low number of retirees. And I'm not going to go too much into it, but in the past, what happened is that the way that your OPEB plan was administered, and this is a common issue. If you go back 10 years ago, there was no OPEB trust. And so people got used to paying benefits from general revenue and not paying benefits from a trust like a pension plan. So recently, what's happened is, and it's a good thing when your plan is 100% funded, that's what the trust is for, is to pay benefits. So the counties move towards paying benefits from the trust as opposed to paying it from general revenue. So I dealt with the last bullet on this slide, so I'm going to move to the next slide, Erica. So picture's worth 1,000 words. This is the current planned funding percentage. I can't see the slides that well, but basically the plan right now, it was 82% funded a few years ago and 100% funded. Now it's about 162% funded. And that might drop 3 or 4% a year as the benefits used to pay, as the trust is used to pay for accruals, but it's still going to remain funded for a long, long time, barring some changes, which could happen. The next slide here. So this is the actual determined contribution, and as you can see, the number is projected to be 0 until past 2030. I'm not sure when it would actually come back. That's based on the current assumptions. So you have a large cushion for the OPEB plan. Slide next thing here. Next slide. Okay. It's important to understand that OPEB benefits are much more volatile than pension plans. People call them defined benefit plans. They're not really defined benefit. Medical costs bounce around depending on what happens all over the place. Technological changes, politics, whatever it is. Medical costs can just bounce around a lot. And so a pension plan has a formula, but the retirement medical costs are totally unknown, depends on who gets sick and when and why. Another thing we wanted to bring to your attention was when you have a funding holiday, and this sort of happened in a lot of pension plans. Colin could probably speak to it in the 90s, where when we had the big stock market was doing very well, and a lot of pension plans get used to having no contributions. When the stock market adjusted, whatever, and went back down and contribution requirements resumed, people, local governments and private corporations weren't used to paying those benefits. And so it became a financial hardship. So one of the things we were just bringing to your attention as a possibility to consider is, in the past, the OPEB funding was approximately $1 million per year. One possible solution would be to take that $1 million and divert it towards the pension plan, which is a little bit, they're almost showing different alternatives to try and release some of the strain for the pension plan. That could be an additional contribution over and above the actual determined contribution that's just put into the pension plan, and it could be then diverted back to the OPEB plan if things changed. We looked at considering reducing the discount rate to 7% for the OPEB plan. It would increase the contributions, but not very much, less than $100,000, and reduce the funding by about 4%. Next slide. All right, one of the issues that came up was a benefit improvement, and this goes to your issue. And one thing I'll try and point out is we were asked to look at what would happen if the county increased the subsidy to 80% from 50%. And we looked at it for current retirees, not for only future retirees, not current retirees. Now,
Actually considered both, because part of what we included was allowing people who had left that were still under 65 to change their election effectively and say, now with an 80% subsidy, I want to be in the post-retirement medical plan. I didn't want to be in with a 50% subsidy. So
Okay.
we include some of that as well.
okay. One of the things we did when we did this study is we assumed that 90% of the people who would elect the coverage as opposed to 75%. It was just a current assumption, because more people would be interested in the benefit. You almost never find 100% of the people electing coverage, just because some people have other alternatives. Probably, if you have a spouse of a federal employee, they may decide the federal coverage is a better deal. When we did that, the annual contribution increased to approximately the current level of about $1 million, and that is based on the current discount rate. One thing I will point out we did not look at would be, to your question, what would happen if more people retired earlier and we went back to what we were doing now? It's sort of a cat and mouse game over here. If it's really true that people are not retiring now because they can't afford to retire because the medical costs are higher, then they can afford to retire because the election rate goes to 80%, and they retire earlier, then the cost would go back up again. Exactly what I talked about before about retirement change from 59 to 62, having costs. If it goes back to 59 again, doubles costs. So we didn't go into that sort of back and forth. We'd have to study, we'd have to talk to people here on the ground to get an idea of how we'd want to change the assumptions to know how that would affect things. But it's something to keep in mind that the uncertainty of OPEB plans and the difficulty of measuring something like this, it does, to the extent it does change behavior, it makes it difficult for us to figure out the real cost. But this just assumes that people still retire at whatever the assumption was, around age 62, I think is about right.
And Kevin, excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt, but if people did retire a little bit earlier, if there was an increased benefit, that would also have an effect on the pension side too.
Yes, that's correct. I don't have to speak to that. I don't think it'd be leverage, though.
It would affect the pension as well.
In a positive or negative
It
manner.
would increase the cost of the pension plan. And what you're actually seeing in the assumption change is that we had, as I mentioned, two changes. We increased the salary improvement rate because salaries have been going up faster than we had assumed, and we increased the age at which people retire. If you change that backwards, it would have a fairly significant impact quickly. But the experience over the last 4 years of people have been retiring later, and perhaps it's because of the post-retirement medical costs, but I suspect it's more an impact of a general thing that we see in virtually all the plans we've looked at, that people were partly scared by the downturn in the 2008, 2009. A lot of the jobs are not as physical as they were previously, and that people in general are retiring a few years later than they were 15 years ago.
Thank you.
All right, the next slide with so this is the same graph as we had before. It's a little bit misleading. It might have been useful to have this side by side because it's the same shape, but it's much lower. It's instead of being 160% funded, it's 112% funded, and it slides to about 100% funded. This is with the plan improvement. And, I think the last slide. And this shows the long-term cost of the plan improvement. It's about $1 million initially, but it does gradually increase to about $1.4 million at the end of the graph, at the end of the period. And that's, I think that's all I have. Do you want to wrap up, Colin?
Yep. Okay, so what do I have to say in summary? One, your plans are generally in pretty good shape. The pension plan is not as well funded as you'd like to see, but that's a recent anomaly due to a number of factors all affecting you at the same time, and it looks like something that you'll get out of in the next 15 years. The LoSAP and the OPEB plan are well-funded or very well-funded. Do suggest that improving the funding of the pension plan would be a good thing if it can be done, either through additional contributions or effectively through lowering the benefits for people who are hired in the future. You could, and this question was asked when I talked about it at pension committee meeting. I wouldn't necessarily suggest that it's a good idea, but it's a budget issue. Whether you would want to reduce the current contributions to use the funds to pay for something else, recognizing that over time it increases the aggregate cost of the plan, that is something you certainly could consider doing. We talked about the potential for improving the post-retirement medical benefits and the cost of that and the potential indirect costs of that in terms of affecting the retirement rates and affecting the pension cost. And we talked about, plan documents and some administrative issues that ought to be addressed. But if I'm going to give you an overall grade on how well the plans have been handled, you're at the, near the top of the class. Post-retirement medical plans that are 50% funded are better funded than usual. You're over 100%. LoSAP plans that are funded at all are unusual. Yours is close to 100% funded. The pension plan, you were funding it in a reasonable fashion and some things went wrong or you made improvements in benefits and that had a negative impact, but that's still nowhere near being the problem that we see in a lot of other places. So, it's very nice for me to work with people who have reasonably well-funded plans, and I'm not explaining problems that have to be dealt with all the time. Makes me much happier in life. Okay, any other questions that anybody has? You're not bored to tears yet?
How has the investment performance been the last couple of years? I mean, I know we're assuming it was 7.75, now 7.5. I'm assuming we've met or exceeded that the last 3 to 5 years.
I don't have that information right in front of me. I know that last year you did well above 7.5%. I expect this year for the first 6 months, you're probably, looking at the other pension plans we deal with, they're in the -5, -7%, as opposed to +7 through the end of December. So my guess is that that's probably where you all are as well. And unfortunately, my memory is not good enough to remember 2 and 3 and 4 years back, but my suspicion is that you probably did reasonably well in most of those years.
We can get you that information.
Yeah, thank you.
Other questions, commissioners?
I just want to thank you for this. This is very informative. I apologize, Sarah. I'm probably going to ask you a lot of questions here in the near future.
I welcome them.
But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Oh, I just put two.
Okay, we're going with local preference. As soon as Commissioner Baker joins us, we'll give him a second. Okay. That was always good because you could do when you could. Yeah, what you could do. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to session. We'd like to start off with our tentatively scheduled 1:30 item, local preference. Sarah, you're up.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Sarah Greaves, Chief Financial Officer. I have with me Rick Curry, Purchasing Director. We're here today because the board recently requested some information related to local preference. This does mark the second request within a 14-month period. For some background, wanted to provide you information that for any procurement related topics, the county does look to a national organization called the National Institute for Governmental Purchasing. We refer to it as the NIGP. The NIGP was founded in 1944, and it's dedicated to establishing and maintaining increased professionalism in the field of public sector procurement. The MPPA is a local chapter of that organization, and the chapter in which our public professionals here at the county are active members. And they do look to this organization for principles and governance in the procurement profession. The NIGP did issue a position paper in 2015. It is attached to the ARF related to their support or non-support of local preference. And just for the record, they do not support the use of preference policies. Included on the ARF, there's also some information that was provided back in December of 2017. It's a table that includes jurisdictions that have established a local preference in Maryland. So if you look at that listing, you can see out of the 27 jurisdictions that are listed, 8 provided a local preference, 17 do not, and 2 were unknown at the time. This is information that was provided a year ago. It hasn't been updated, but we assumed it was pretty much the same.
Did we check Berkeley and Franklin County and all? Are they on a?
Sure. Berkeley and Franklin County. Sure, we'll look into that. I have also provided here some pros and cons of local preference. Under the pros, we have that it gives local organizations a financial advantage so that more local companies are ultimately awarded, and that dollars spent locally are then recycled locally. Some people refer to that as the multiplier effect, which is the effect of keeping local dollars in the local economy. The position paper that is attached does reference that effect, and it discusses how it may be thought of in 3 rounds. Round 1 being the budget or the source of the funds, round 2 being the public body expenditure, and then round 3 capturing how recipients spend the money in a local area. As local tax dollars are spent in a local economy, more jobs are maintained or created and income is generated for residents. For your information, the county does not collect a corporate income tax. Personal income tax of 2.8% of net taxable income is collected for those who live in Washington County. We also presented some of the cons of local preference. One being it is not supported by the Institute for Public Procurement, the one that we look to for our guidance. 2, it does not provide the most cost-effective solution for our taxpayers. 3, and this is a big one, the federal government prohibits local preference for any project that they would be providing funding for, which would complicate the evaluation process. 4, it subsidizes in-town vendors, reducing incentive for local businesses to provide the best value. It reduces competition, alienates other jurisdictions. The multiplier effect is difficult to measure, so it's hard to kind of quantify what benefit that is, and complicates the administrative process because any additional requirement would add time to evaluate award and leave it more open for human error. Other considerations would be definitely to determine what would be considered local. There are some considerations related to geography or ownership and management. Under geography, is the jurisdiction confined to Washington County or surrounding areas? What would qualify? Would a P.O. box qualify? And just like some different questions there for you commissioners to look at. So we wanted to provide you just some information that we've been able to gather, that we've provided in the past, for just informational purposes today. If you have any questions for us, we're here. Rick is here to answer also any procurement-related questions you may have today, or of course you can get to us later if you don't have any questions right now.
I was, I'm one that wanted to explore it. I'm either here nor there on it. I'm sort of in the middle, just exploring both sides of it. I was a little disappointed that this is such a negative report when I can find a lot more positives if I search for it. It seems like it was almost a one-sided against it. And when I went on myself and explained some more pluses, added some more pluses, again, I'm just gathering information. I'm not for or against at this point. But I would, like to see explore, like establishing zip codes or something along those lines of who's actually a resident. Well, that seems like something to me could be worked out pretty easy, which, with language, I wouldn't necessarily say a local business would have total preference. You might give a local business a 1 or 2% bump over the next bid, and that way it's not costing taxpayers a ton of money, but we're keeping that in, it's not like, okay, I got a $100,000 bid under the guy in Pennsylvania, and I'm going to get it. No, that wouldn't be the case. Maybe a 1 or 2%, just an edge. There's a lot of things we can do without we're sort of cutting and drying it here. This is a negative report, no good. That's just my thoughts on it. I don't know if anybody else has any thoughts on it or not.
If I may speak, sir, I can recall an instance when we were doing a procurement for an insurance-related project, and the bidder actually went and rented a storefront. They had a business located here in Hagerstown. After further investigation, it was only a storefront. They had a little sign in the door, and they were going by picking the mail up on a weekly basis. If we had not done our diligence to make sure, we could have awarded a business.
Well, isn't that part of it? Doing our own due diligence on making sure. We're competing. I'm pretty sure Franklin County is that way. I'm thinking Berkeley, and there's counties to our west. And again, I'm not saying I'm an advocate for it or against it. I'm just wanting to see something more than a whole report with negativities. I'm just seeing a lot of negativities. I think Wayne wanted to weigh in on it. Did you have a question or something?
I fully agree with Commissioner Wagner. A lot of these things that are presented to us, they're just simple questions that we need to answer as we're kind of trying to define what we want for local preference. Some of the issues like, well, does a P.O. box count? I think that's pretty obvious. I think that when we're looking at these businesses, do they have a presence in Washington County? One of the things was if it's a something like a chain business and they happen to have a location in Washington County, does that count? Well, yeah, if they have a physical presence in Washington County, then they have people that work here in Washington County. I think that counts. That's a good point about the insurance company that you mentioned. I would hope that if we're looking at giving business to an organization we don't know much about, and we're going to cut them a check of any size, that we do some kind of homework to make sure it's a legitimate business in the first place. So I think that's covered. I think some of the cons are kind of duplicated, just reworded in different ways. For the pros, I don't think we give enough emphasis on the fact that money that we spend here locally in Washington County is recycled. It goes to pay salaries of local people, and then they in turn spend it locally, and it recycles itself. I think Karen, who spoke earlier, who I've had long conversations with about this, the issue, the the news article that she cited from 2016, I believe it was, I remember that day very clearly, and we were awarding a $250,000 contract. AT&T was within like $1,700, less than 2%. That same day in the newspaper, they were awarding $10,000 in local scholarships to students in Washington County. The out-of-town business probably doesn't do that. So that's another, untold benefit that you can capture. And I'm not saying you do it because a business, is generous in the community, but I'm saying there truly is a strong benefit when you support local businesses. We're talking small dollar amounts. We're talking feasible ways that money when... Didn't have my mic on. Can you hear me? I don't need to repeat myself, do I?
We could still hear you.
Okay. I think when we're talking about the small difference that we're discussing, $1,700 on a $250,000 contract, we can easily see how that would benefit our local community. When we talk about local, how do you define local? That's not that complicated either, really. I mean, do you want it to be Washington County? Do you want it to be a contiguous county? Maryland, Washington County is unique in Maryland. We're the only county in Maryland that borders 3 states. So we are a little unique in the competition that we do face. Do we want that to include our contiguous counties? That way, maybe we do capture those businesses that operate maybe in Frederick but employ Washington County people. We can still do that. And I think the list here, I filled in a map. I colored in a map of the Maryland counties myself, and I think it's interesting that in Western Maryland, Washington County is the only county that doesn't have some kind of preference or fair treatment for local businesses. So don't we put our own businesses at a disadvantage if we're surrounded by counties that offer local preference? So the city of Frederick does, not Frederick County. Allegheny County does, city of Cumberland. Garrett County does a reciprocal preference, which is an interesting concept itself that might be worth consideration as an alternative. But I think there's more to it than what was presented here. I think the favorable, to me, is worth exploring a little more.
Yeah, I agree, and that was my whole thing. Again, I'm just sort of on the fence. I don't know if it's good, bad, or indifferent. Maybe the local big businesses don't want it. That's something, maybe there's local businesses that don't want that. That's fine. I'm here for the citizen. If the consensus is we don't want local preference, that's great. I'm just trying to gather information because I've seen local businesses, sort of like Wayne said, you want a minor, tiny gap in bid, do so much for the community, get busted out. I'm not saying for a taxpayer to lose $100,000 on a bid. I'm saying 1 or 2%. If it's, there's so many ways you can structure it. We could talk about it all day long. I just like to see pretty much summing up what Wayne said, just a little bit more approach to it. Look at it with a different set of eyes.
If we're looking at a project for local preference and that project might require federal funding, well, it's pretty simple. Then local preference doesn't apply to that project, is how we would analyze those bids. I think the state of Maryland offers, correct me if I'm wrong, don't they offer a preference for like veteran-owned businesses, women, minority-owned businesses? So there's already a preference that's in place.
They do, yeah.
And I'm not saying those are wrong. Those are great things. They're more social than economic reasons. I think this is an economic reason, which to me makes sense.
Thank you. Explain what contracts local preference would go to construction projects, roads, schools. What about things like pickup trucks and cars and minimal things like T-shirts and other things that we do in-house? We have a quote and a bid system as well, correct?
That is correct.
And how is that determined, who gets the quotes and the bid?
It's generally determined by price or by quality of the garment. If you get into uniforms, that's generally how we determine that. It's just not by local preference. Or if it is a local business, if they already have business and have the artwork set up where they have charged a upfront service fee, that's taken into consideration also. So, there are things that do play into favor of local businesses, depending on what that commodity may be. I want to make a comment in reference to when Wayne was talking about AT&T as far as a fuel contract. In a lot of those incidents, in those fuel contracts, what is not known is that a lot of those non-local businesses will contract back with AT&T to deliver our small delivery loads of fuel. So that money does still come back because a lot of
It's
those larger.
unknown, right? It's unknown.
That is unknown because we don't present the information to the board because we only make the recommendation as to who the low bidder is. But a lot of those times in those contracts for fuel, I mean, you take one of the larger ones, which is Petroleum Traders, which is out of Texas, they will contract back with AT&T to deliver our small loads of fuel. So it kind of washes itself. I mean, there's data that has been collected over years upstairs that has shown on various projects, non-local versus local. I can recall one off the top of my head, and it was a construction project. Non-local bidder was around $250,000. Local bidder was like $80,000. I mean, there's history data to support. It's not just negative.
So what were those dollar amounts again? It sounded more than 2%.
It was more than 2%. It was significant.
So when we're talking the local preference, we're putting a dollar limit on it. If the difference was that significant, 80,000 versus
it was like 200 plus
I think there's no question we go, if it's a responsible bidder, we go with the $80,000 bidder. I think there's no question there. But we're talking if the bid's $80,000 and $80,500 is what we would be looking at. Not a disparity that great. So we just need to define that preference percentage. I think some jurisdictions, when I researched this, did 5% and up tended to be the average. I think, I would say something smaller might even be reasonable.
You might be increments 2% without getting in the weeds on this thing. You might get 2% up to an X amount of dollars. Of course, on a $20 million bid, maybe 2% is too much. My only reason for even talking about this is if we can give people pay our taxes, live here, support this community, an edge. And I don't mean too big of an edge will cost us more money because the taxpayers will get sort of beat on this thing if we're paying another $200,000 or more than what we should. If we can get our local guys an edge, just give them that little edge. I mean, they're the ones living here. We're back to the multiplier that no one seems to think about. It's in most cases, I think we win, but that's just my initial thoughts. Again, I'm sort of on the fence with it.
To play devil's advocate, what do you just say to people that work here, that live here, that work for Brakebill Hellman, Morgan, Keller, Eagle Construction, Waynesburg? I think what the difficulty is we're so narrow with 12 miles of interstate that what is the definition of local?
And that's why we can include it
in
this county.
What I'm hearing now is this was for information purpose meeting.
Right.
I think some great questions brought up. Maybe this is something that we continue at a workshop with more in-depth time to discuss and bring in.
I'm with you. I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that.
I did have a question there on your on your one con. Federal government prohibits local preference for any project. They provide funding. Does that mean full funding or partial funding?
If they provide partial funding, like the transit center, for instance, they wouldn't be able to.
Okay, so it does include partial funding.
Mhm.
Okay.
Very good.
Rick, isn't locality a factor if there's a tie bid?
Locality is a factor. Is there a tie bid? There is a provision in there that we would draw depending upon if it's a local business versus out of state, then they would automatically go to the local. So there are some.
There's also, in the recent real estate bids that were done, it was a tie, and the tiebreaker was the local bid received it. If I'm hearing the commissioners correctly, we could possibly, this may get a little difficult on numbers, we could run through the last 2 years or something. If we had a 2% factor, what would that have cost? What would the number be? That would quantify some of your concerns.
Yeah, but knowing the cost wouldn't show us what, I mean, if you say, okay, 2% of this amount of money, Washington County lost that because we got 2% less. But how about we're back to.
Add up the dollar amounts of the bids to show us the dollar amount that went out of the county. That was interesting.
Yeah. That's what we were doing, is quantifying bids and looking at those.
So, President Klein, with your suggestion of a workshop, what do you envision with that?
More detailed of some contractors who support or not support. I see that ABC Cumberland Valley's up here. Some of those people meeting with us and giving us information. And I like the idea of evaluating maybe 2 years, not long enough, maybe 4. I don't know how time consuming that would be. But I agree more information is needed. But this is a good start to a conversation.
The other thing, we could also talk to the Chamber of Commerce if you're interested to see what their thoughts are.
Also, I'd like to see something staff, you have the authority to provide a, a bid for up to one amount without coming through county commissioners. And the reason I bring that up, I think there was a contractor had contacted me last year, and they were really upset that they lost a local contract to a company out of Baltimore.
Yeah.
Couple $100, and it was something that didn't have to come to the county commissioners for
I
approval.
think that'd be one of the contracts we would really like to look at in detail if you know which one that was. That'd be very good to know. Yeah.
Mr. Slocum, perhaps we could set up an ad hoc committee of stakeholders to bring information back in a report.
Sure.
A supporting report, or opposing report. Maybe that's the way to get around that, or to do that the best way.
Commissioner have an appointment or something?
Yeah, let's work on that and come forth. How's that sound?
I'm good.
Very good. All right.
That would actually
like you put
span
staff to
into
work.
business development as well.
Support it with staff. All right.
Just real quickly, I'm not sure, Rob, if that information is readily available as far as, you know, like evaluating every bid or RFP for the 2%. I'm not sure how much staff time that would take. And I mean, I just want to mention that here because I'm not sure with our new system if.
You want to just give the parents, you'll be diligent in getting that, considering it could be delays.
Can we give you like a dollar amount range? You don't need to search for every dollar amount, but maybe between, like, I don't know how your system works.
The competitive bids, I don't think are housed in a place where we can easily extract what was the next bid price. Right, without kind of physically going through each one and, you know, creating a separate spreadsheet. So I'm just mentioning that. I'm not sure how long it would take.
Mr. Slocum, let's get started then in the next week trying to get things together so we can.
Yeah, I don't think there's a huge hurry here. It's just explore. I don't think we have to have something done in a week or two, do we?
Anything that we would decide if we go forward requires legislation, so.
Right.
that won't
Right,
happen
yeah,
this
it's-
cycle anyway.
Well, I don't want to stall. I'd like to get it moving, get the information together. I'm taking the lead off of Commissioner Schmidt. Let's do it today, not tomorrow. Thank you very much. All right, any more questions for our staff? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, county step and COLA follow-up. Welcome back.
Thank you.
I'll let Lance and Terry Baker know he said welcome back.
All right. Good afternoon again, Commissioners. An idea was brought before the board on January 15th to provide a path for the future that would align the efforts of county steps and COLAs to be provided possibly annually. An analysis of the county's past history of steps and COLAs was requested to see how this new methodology would measure up against what was provided in the past. The outcome of this analysis does show that since 2000, the county's average increase for both a step and a COLA was 3%. Using the proposed methodology, the county's average increase would have been 3.4%. You know, there have been a lot of changes since year 2000, so we also took a 10-year average to review this information. And over the 10-year average, the county's average was 2.86%, while the new methodology would have provided about 3.3%. I don't have the average wage change on the screen here, but it has been provided with your ARF for you to review and look at the county's history and the proposed wage scale change so that you can see the difference and you can see the averages at the bottom and even a cumulative increase. And again, you know, as you can see on the screen, the idea behind even presenting this to the board was to show maybe how things were done in the past. Is there a better way? What is that? And could it be more aligned moving forward? And if you have any questions on that, I'm happy to answer them now.
One of my questions would be, this is a year that we're reviewing healthcare, right? There'll be a cost passed on to healthcare to the employees. I'm sure it's going to be high.
The initial indication is that healthcare went up to the county approximately 17%.
15%.
Yes, so there will be costs borne by some bodies or bodies.
And so you use that healthcare, you don't really know how important it is. It is a valuable tool. What I'm concerned is we're recommending the first step to be 2.5%. I'm just concerned with any rate increase for our employees to cover with healthcare with a 2.5% step. I think we're considering a COLA with that as well.
Yes.
Just that I wouldn't want to see employees take home less money than the year before, even though the healthcare are exceptional benefits. And so
Yeah.
that would one concern.
So what would the average pay raise be for, I don't know, $50,000 employee?
2.5.
And then what would the 17% insurance rate increase?
It would depend on.
We're not proposing for the employees to have a 17 or a 15% increase. It's a much lower percentage increase, maybe around 7%.
I like to compare dollars to dollars.
We would always do an analysis of our lowest paid employee to make sure that any potential increase that we are budgeting for would cover the increase in healthcare
A
costs.
family of four would have a higher cost than a single.
Yeah, we always take the most expensive plan, so it would be the family plan into consideration when we evaluate our lowest paid employees to make sure that there's no loss in income for them.
Mr. Baker, that was an excellent idea. Thank you for bringing that up. Well, you made it more defined, so thank you.
And this is another one of those things, you know, if the commissioners like this idea, we can continue to pursue it. If you want to keep things the same, we can do that, and we can continue to evaluate other ideas.
Any other questions?
I think this is a great start. You know, I think we need to move to something like this for the employees so that they know what they're getting, the merit increases. You know, if they're positioned, they know they're going to get it, and if COLAs increases, we have that. And from my understanding, the COLA it's not guaranteed. I mean, we can come back and say, okay, hey, you know, the COLA was this, but we don't have the money. We're not going to give that additional one. But the goal is up to 1%, and if a negative CPI, then of course we're not giving a COLA.
Yes, that is our, you know, that's our methodology going into this, that it would be based on something like the CPI percent. And of course, it's always dependent on available revenues. You know, we have had hard times in the past where we weren't afforded, you know, to provide an increase.
Would you agree with this? This is basically a long-term plan to demonstrate to our employees that we're trying to find some consistency on rewarding them for their efforts. This is what it's about. But
It is.
we're talking about.
It is, and I think one of the things that I wanted to point out real quick is that Sarah's staff did a nice job showing that in 2000, a $31,000 salary, with the way we've done it, has amounted to a cumulative increase of $222,000. Under the way we're proposing, it would be $280,000. So it's $60,000 increase. The other key thing is this particular year to go to the step would actually cost the county slightly more than a 3.5%.
Just a little bit.
Percent increase. So this is not a cost savings measure. This is to get for consistency moving into the future. So depending on where employees are on the step, they are actually going to be increased to get to the new scale as well. And that will vary because that's the nature of a scale. However, it's overall an increase, and it's consistent with one of the largest nonprofit employers in the county. And that's what we've heard from a number of employees for years, is they would like to see something similar to the Board of Ed's approach where there's a consistency there.
And for clarity purposes, Rob, I just wanted to mention, you know, right now, as we analyzed, you know, the cost to move the scale, like you said, there is a cost to move to the new scale, and then the 2.5% on top of that. We don't currently have budgeted an additional 1% for the COLA for this year because there was a cost to moving people to the new scale that's absorbing that, you know, percentage. So that's just something to completely be aware of.
Any other questions? I'm good. All right, hearing none, thank you very much.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Division of Environmental Management, Reorganization, Dan DeVito and Sarah.
Good afternoon. It's time. For your, Dan DeVito, Division of Environmental Management Director, just for your reminder, I just wanted to let you know that this is primarily, this is exactly the same schedule that we talked about before. What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to be a little more clear in exactly how things work. The last time I was trying to explain it, even my eyes were glazing over, so I'll try to be specific, and please stop me anytime you have any questions or comments that you feel necessary. The first thing I'm going to tell you is that, again, the concept for realigning and reorganization of the division came about primarily because we have a significant number of people that are retiring at the same time. In order to provide for consistency and to provide for a more clear line of communications and a chain of command from top to bottom, and to make things more efficient, to run the division more efficiently, we decided we would try to take advantage of the opportunities that present itself when we have people that are retiring and there's positions that open up. It's also, I look at it as an opportunity for us to reorganize or to relook at things in a different perspective, and it also gives our employees an opportunity because there's openings that are coming up as people retire that normally you don't see in the county. I mean, I've never seen it before in county government, so it's for anybody who's thinking about moving up and wanting to be part of the organization for a long period of time. I mean, this is the time, and the opportunities are abundant throughout the county, not just in the Division of Environmental Management. So one thing that you'll notice in the ARF is that we made an adjustment on the amount of money that we projected would be saving. I believe the first time we talked it was $273,000. Sarah felt that it was more, in an effort to be as accurate as possible and to be as conservative as possible. The last thing we want you to do is to expect an amount of savings and then for some reason, because it's kind of like a moving target. People are retiring early. We don't know when they're going to retire. We know when they're projected to retire, but we've already had people that retired early. So if that happens, that obviously impacts the amount of savings. So Sarah felt that it was more prudent to give a number of 213,000.
It's 215.
215, okay.
Yeah, there were some other savings included in the other numbers for other retirements that would be filled with lower paid or lower steps to create a savings. So those savings were also included in the number that was provided first to you. So to get a more accurate number, we are just using the figure related to the positions that are being presented to not be filled.
So we're very confident that when you look at that number, that's at least the amount of savings that will be realized. I personally believe that's quite a bit more than that, but she's the boss, and I'm listening to her. So if it's $213,000, that's okay with me. It still represents a significant savings. So in an effort to not to glaze myself over, what I would suggest that we do is, and I apologize for the size.
Yeah, could you make them about that big next time?
It reminds me, I mean, about 20 years ago, I decided I was going to make Swedish meatballs, and I looked at this little recipe, and I had a nice picture of it, and I tried to make the recipe to look like the picture, and I ended up with this huge tub of Swedish meatballs because I kept adding stuff to make it look like the picture. That's kind of how I felt when we were doing this. I mean,
you got a small one.
Yes, sir. It started out, and it just kept getting bigger and bigger. But we'll get through this, and it won't be as bad as the Swedish meatballs.
So what was the recipe?
It was horrible. Just horrible. So what I would suggest is we start with the current, and if you look at the current, and in the middle of the chart, you'll see assistant superintendent, and if you go follow it directly across, you'll see 3 positions as assistant superintendent, 1 of maintenance, 1 of operations, or 1 of collections, and 1 of operations. Well, actually, it's operations and then collections. Those 3 are the positions that would be eliminated. Now, when I say eliminated, that's eliminated by attrition. I think it's very important to note that this entire plan is all done Any moving around and any replacement of positions or any elimination of positions is done by attrition. As a person retires at their own volition, we choose not to fill that position. So those are the only 3 positions that would be eliminated. Okay, so we can put the current one aside. Then we go to what is labeled as proposed. And I'm going to try to make this work. If you start at the left-hand side, Division of Environmental Management, there's no change in that structure at all. I will note, though, there is a position of environmental engineer that individual has decided to take another job, and she's left. Mark and I have discussed it. We're evaluating the workload, and we're trying to figure out before we go ahead and fill that position. We've got a lot of construction coming up. We've got a lot of projects coming up. We're going to evaluate the best way to fill that position. So that position may end up being filled as an inspector if we feel that that's the best way of utilizing our positions, or it may be another environmental engineer. So if it's filled with an inspector, there would be a savings. We did not include that in the 215,000. That would be over and above the 215,000. So there is no change whatsoever in engineering. The next one over is stormwater management. The only change in stormwater management is that it's moved from, it was in the solid waste division, and it's moved out here by itself, reporting directly to the director. We did that for, the main reason we did that, for one reason. We see and we projected the stormwater management is going to be a growing and a lot more responsibilities by the county, and we see that actually growing over the years into most likely a position that would require a deputy director or a higher position. So in order to allow for that potential growth, we put it out by itself so that it reports directly to the director. Okay? Any questions about that?
Yeah, the 213,000, that is, I'm assuming you figured in total package, benefits, everything.
That's correct. Wages and benefits are included.
So the
in that
wages
number.
were 35% less than that probably, yeah.
Yeah, the wages were around 134,000, and the
What
benefits.
significance does that do to pension cost? That it drops it a little.
Yeah, pension cost. Whatever the wages are, the pension cost is about 28% of wages. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So this new proposal, does it call for more chiefs and fewer Indians, or more Indians and less chiefs?
Fewer chiefs. Indians about the same. Indians a little more efficient, hopefully.
Need the workers.
Yes, sir. They're important. So moving to the next column would be maintenance. In the maintenance department, that is the only new position that's created. It would be the Deputy Director of Maintenance Collections. What we propose to do is to take, currently, collections is by itself, reporting to a superintendent directly to in the past it reported to the Deputy Director of Operations, which was me. We've eliminated that, put maintenance and collections into one department because they're very similar. A lot of it is pump shop, a lot of it is a lot of maintenance work, a lot of routine maintenance, a lot of maintenance on the pump stations, pump shops. So there's a lot of cross training in the maintenance department. We have an entire pump shop that rebuilds grinder pumps and everything. The training and the expertise is very similar to the collections department. The difference is collections department has to have a collections license from MDE. Our pump shop guys don't. Probably would be a pretty good idea to cross train there and to get some overlap, and so that we could fill positions and we can provide support when necessary. So that's the new position. That's the one new position that is created. Then we have, moving over, you'll see where the collections, where there's a collections superintendent and the collections department, that's moved under the maintenance department. That was by itself before. Now it's moved, it was reporting to the Deputy Director of Operations. Now it's going to report to the Deputy Director of Maintenance. Only difference. Next one over, we go all the way over to pretreatment program manager. that's under operations. We're following? That's just moved over. That was all by itself, reporting directly to the director. That's industrial pretreatment. That's the Spirit Services, or now Valacor. That's all the industrial licenses. There's 3 or 4 industrial licenses that we maintain, and that there's no change there, no change in position, no change in title. It just moves over under operations, which I feel is a more appropriate place for it to be because it directly affects operations. Industrial pretreatment, if there's any illicit discharges, any illegal discharges from a pretreatment operator, it goes right into the sewer system and affects our wastewater plants, which is why it's critical that it be in that operation train. The next one over is laboratory. And again, the laboratory supports operations. The laboratory primarily does the required testing by MDE and by EPA that is required by our wastewater plants to maintain that we are meeting compliance, and they do all of our testing. It is also a state certified lab. They can go out and they can compete for business, which we are going to encourage them to do. They haven't been in the past. The administrations felt that that was kind of not the appropriate way of doing it because they thought that county shouldn't be competing with individual, private sector. But there isn't any other state certified lab in the state, in the county. I mean, if we had to go, we'd have to go to Frederick if we had to use another lab. So we feel that there's some potential there. And again, we're an enterprise fund. So if we were to generate any revenue that we generate, helps us make the bottom line, and it helps us take a little bit of the pressure off of.
How much do you think?
All right.
How much do you think that could generate?
I think they could be significant, actually. I think we could make it significant because every time MDE makes, like for example, schools, they'll require testing on water. They'll require some testing on certain commercial buildings. And if they require it, those people have to go and get testing. We have certain testing right now that we have to do for an EPA program. The only lab that does the testing is in Harrisburg. Okay. We have to drive the samples up to Harrisburg. So if we can look at it from the perspective of where can we take advantage of some of this, then I think we should take advantage of as much as possible.
When you said significant, are you saying 100,000? Or what's significant?
I would say probably in the neighborhood of 20 to 30,000 to start with, but then again, it builds as people are aware that you're taking outside business. I know the lab in Frederick does the same thing. They don't try to compete with anybody, and I think that that's kind of a mindset of county businesses and state-owned businesses where they don't want to compete with private sector, but. If we're the only game in town and we can provide services to our citizens faster, better, cheaper, why not?
Yeah. Thank you.
Your whole goal in this, Mr. Vito, was to, I'm sure it was to streamline, more efficient, and save money. I mean, you had all.
Yes, sir.
The time it took to do that and figure that out, I think it was I like that. So, I don't know if everybody agrees with the concept, but anytime you can streamline, as Terry said, more Indians and less chiefs and less money and save the county money. I'm like
And
that.
from an employee's perspective, I think it really helps because it cuts down on confusion. It creates a very direct chain of command so that if someone knows exactly who they're supposed to talk to, there's not this maze of arrows that go one way and go the other way.
Have you talked to the other supervisors about this and what their opinions,
Yes, sir.
thoughts?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
I've got some, pardon?
But did they have input and stuff when you went?
I've talked to them all, and they've all had input. Administrator Slocum has had a great deal of input. I mean, this has been ongoing since I took the position 4 months ago. This isn't something that just happened overnight. And, to be honest, I mean, some of them love it. Some of them think it's, change is hard to sometimes, accept. But I think in the long run, especially since when you look at it from the perspective of those people that have been around a long time that maybe have a little harder time to adjust to change and everything, but if you ask them, okay, what do you think we should do in January when you leave? Now what? And that's where you don't get a whole lot of direction from them because they haven't, it's not their position to think about that. It's my position to think about that.
You on doing this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioners,
Sorry about the paper.
Any other questions? Here's the recommended for a motion. Would you like to make the motion, second, and move forward?
Motion to move forward.
Second. Second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. 5-0. Thank you very much, sir.
You have no idea how happy you've made me.
Did we calculate?
So I don't have to carry
amount
this
of paper
around
used?
anymore.
We just did
$213,000. Count the paper.
Which one is it? There it is. Sorry, pardon me. Okay, next on our agenda, request for local support for the infrastructure for rebuilding America INFA grant. Susan Buchanan, welcome.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Stated, Susan Buchanan, Director, Office of Grant Management, and along with me this afternoon, I have Scott Hobbs, Director, Division of Engineering. We're here requesting the board to consider a motion approving funding support of an amount to be determined today for the infra grant application for the I-81 Phase 2 project, contingent upon an approved grant award from that program. The Maryland Department of Transportation has requested local funding support from both the public and private sector to move forward with an infra grant application for I-81 Phase 2 construction. The suggested support commitment from the county is $1 million. On January 11th, 2019, county staff met with representatives of MDOT to discuss a potential grant application submission for the infra grant, which is offered through the United States Department of Transportation. The application would request funding for the construction costs of Phase 2 of I-81 project, which consists of reconstruction and widening of the highway from Maryland 63 and 68 at Williamsport to north of Halfway Boulevard interchange. During the meeting, MDOT staff discussed the build grant application submitted for the project in 2018 and indicated that the absence of local funding support had a significant impact on the project not receiving grant funds. An application submitted by Cecil County with substantial local and private sector funding support for that same grant program was awarded grant funds despite having a lower benefit cost ratio or return on investment than Washington County's project. Moreover, MDOT staff indicated that the state does not plan to move forward with the infra grant application for I-81 Phase 2 without local funding commitment and sent the attached letter to the county requesting support. The letter requests a response by Wednesday, January 30th. As stated, that letter was in your packet along with a draft response letter if you would make a motion and approve any commitment that staff would take care of ensuring that it was received by the state in a timely fashion.
Commissioners?
Quick question. From looking at, the suggested support is $1 million from the county, but when looking at this other letter, the private sector committed $5.65 million, and Cecil County put up $1 million. Are they expecting something similar to that from our private sector? And if we give $1 million and the private sector doesn't give nearly that 5.6, are they going to not give us the funding?
One project they're considering now, and it will be in the application, is the Halfway Boulevard project that we're working with Bowman. And that's something we're moving forward. We have local funding, ARC funding, and Bowman has development related cost involved, and that's going to be included in this application. So it's a similar consideration in that regard.
Okay.
Also, we brought forward Creighton Boulevard, and as we know, that's ongoing, and there's investment there from the developers out in that part of the northern part. In this application, Phase 2, again, as discussed, was Maryland 63, Maryland 68 up to Halfway Boulevard. So we're focusing in on Halfway Boulevard and the investment by the developers there on that connection. I'd also like to say Matt Mullenix is here. He's our executive director for Hagerstown Eastern Panhandle Metropolitan Planning Organization, and he's worked with us through long-range transportation plans. We work closely with his office on this, and the history of the grants involved with this. Again, they're looking for additional support for us to reapply for this grant in hopes of receiving several $1 million grant in return for the commitment by the local government agency. And he's kept track. Matt's done a great job keeping track and helping with the applications along with our staff and the state.
And does the funding all have to come all at once? So for our $1 million grant, does it all have to come at once?
I think maybe Matt here can help. Typically what we've seen, I think, is what we've heard is when the grant comes forward, it's going to be in the range of whatever the other applicants are involved. There may be multiple applicants that may receive it. I think they talked about with the other county we're talking about with Cecil, they received less than the maximum amount. So the main focus of this is the fact of until that grant comes forward and we see the amount, the local obligation, and what we're asking for is that there's no commitment by the county until that point moves forward. And if that's the case, then we would seek that. So what we've seen with the Cecil County, it wasn't the full amount. I believe it was up to $25 million, and they received less than that. But there was a substantial amount that they received as part of that. And that's what we're hopeful with a similar application to what Cecil received with their development, the amount of contribution they had local in their development, that we're in the same, we should be seen in the same light.
So Scott, it looks like with the Cecil County project, the private sector contribute 10%. Is that what we would expect here in Washington County, 10% from?
Yeah, if you include some of the work and that's where the state is helping put together this application in the most, I guess, feasible or the most beneficial to the county. Bowman Development currently on Halfway Boulevard will have plans, and they have some concept plans and preliminary to bring in more money than that, so above the 10%. Their immediate plan to work with us in the Halfway Boulevard project is work that they'll do immediately is less than the 10%, but it's approaching that as some of the development comes in. And Matt's here to.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Matt Mullenix, who was referenced glowingly earlier, happy to be here. One of the things, Commissioner Kiefer, that is in the context of the successful award that Cecil County, the private sector contribution was from a single developer who benefited solely from the award of that project. So we did have some discussions with the folks at the Chamber as well as the Greater Hagerstown Committee about the idea of straight contributions of just private sector writing checks, and it is difficult in this context versus what Cecil did. However, as Scott laid out, there are already benefits in play that are going on and potential for further that will be considered as part of the grant application, specifically the criteria that talks about supporting economic vitality. Vitality, sorry, I don't know why I said it with an F, I'm sick. Vitality.
So our recommended contribution will be $1 million, correct?
Correct.
And why wouldn't we start putting one little bit at a time and start putting $1 million away?
Oh, that's what I was asking. I didn't know how the funding. I agree.
And then just start setting some money aside. And we're not going to have any negotiations with the private sector as to what their contribution is going to be. That's going to come from the state also. Will the state
Currently, with the Halfway Boulevard as an example, with the project again that we're.
I-81.
Yeah, and
I just want to talk about I-81.
Yeah, so with I-81, part of the application is what development directly contributes to that project, and they are considering that a project that would add contribution to the widening, that the fact of that development and contribution.
That amount requested or expected from the private sector is going to come from the state of Maryland, not Washington County. The state of Maryland is telling us that they would like for us to put up $1 million or provide $1 million. Am I
Yeah, the state.
I don't understand why we're
State-
concerned about what the private sector is going to contribute when we're not going to have the call on that.
We're not dictating it or controlling it, but we're interested because the more contribution there is, the more likely this project is successful. So the state approached Matt, our offices, GHC, because Jim Kirchhoff has been a large part of this in the past under the transportation subcommittee of GHC. And so we don't have a commitment, nor can we oblige them to any commitment. But certainly the first step for us, and probably the sole step for us, is this $1 million, which would only be made if the application is successful. So it would be extraordinarily good news if they were to say, yes, we did award your application and we had to pay the $1 million for multi-million return in Interstate 81 improvements. I do believe Jim and Matt and others, even our own business development, will be working with the private side to say, is there a way we can look at projects that will contribute to this? It's not just Creighton Boulevard halfway, but there's other investments around that we might be able to say, leverage those monies that they're already spending.
And then how much, just for my information, $1 million would do how much blacktop on 81?
Yeah. It's 1.3% of the total project cost, which is $77 million roughly.
For that section of
For that section
phase
of
2.
I-81. It's so the the
Quarters of a mile.
I don't, it's not that far.
You take 200 feet.
but
About 11 miles, 70, how many miles would we be doing for $77 million?
that's four linear miles, exit 1 to exit 5, roughly. That being said, one of the criteria for the grant is leveraging federal funding, so that's probably why Corey pointed out the private contribution in his mind in making the grant competitive. There's federal money and then there's anything else.
I'll make the motion for $1 million.
Good. First, how about a second? A second. Any more discussion?
Where would this $1 million, where are we going to find this?
Well, off the top of my head, I assume this would have to come from reserves, capital?
Yeah, the CIP reserve, yes.
Capital reserve.
And it wouldn't
fund?
be spent unless the project.
Right.
Right, correct.
No, so when we talk about economic development in local contracts or any type of contract, we would easily see for the investment in the county, we would easily see that return. So it's an investment on that.
Yeah, not just for economic development, for safety improvements.
Oh,
Absolutely. Road, correct?
Yes.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Public Safety Training Center, Mr. Hobbs.
Yes, good afternoon again. I'm here to recommend for the board to have consensus on sending a letter, and you have an attached letter as written, and proceed with a pre-annexation agreement for water service. And this is in regards to our Public Safety Training Center down on Sharpsburg Pike. This is a follow-up to the presentation on October 23rd and a request to send the letter from the Board of County Commissioners to the City of Hagerstown regarding the water service at the training center. For development projects outside of the medium-range growth area, city water service is only possible through an exception in the city's water and wastewater policy, and if the property is not contiguous, a pre-annexation agreement is required as a condition of services. Now that there's an exception in the City of Hagerstown water and sewer policy for an essential public service, the city has requested a letter from the commissioners regarding why this is an essential public service, why the location outside the MRGA is necessary, and what water need is for the project. The training center is essential public service as it will play a critical role in the community's public safety, health, and emergency response system through training and collaboration of various agencies. It's estimated the training building will use approximately 1,000 gallons of water per day. That's 5 EDUs, equivalent dwelling units. The facility will be located at 9238 Sharpsburg Pike on the 49-acre parcel just south of the Westfields community. Existing city water service is available in the vicinity of the site. The facility will be used by emergency services, police, and fire personnel from the county and the city. This is a capital improvement plan project. And as I mentioned, you have some attachments, and this is, again, a follow-up as part of the request from the city. Back in October, we went forward to the board and requested, and the city requested that exception be made for essential government service. We're considering this essential government services, especially with the coordination with the city and the county in regards to safety and emergency services personnel. Moving forward, we will send this letter, and then the council will meet and hopefully move forward with the water service request. Again, with us being outside the MRGA, these are the conditions that we need to meet. With me here is Dave Hayes, Emergency Services Director.
Scott, the water actually, it ends right there, right? Am I correct in saying, isn't there a station right there, a pumping station?
There's a pump station. Water actually runs in front, part of Westfield's and MCI Center. There is water availability and
But it
service there.
stops, I mean, that's the dead end. There's no more water line past the training center?
Yeah,
right?
it continues down to MCI Center.
Right.
And like I said, in Westfield. So we have direct access to the service. It's going through these conditions to actually tap into the service itself. But it is, and that was one attractive point of this site. Again, even being outside of the medium range growth area, the accessibility utilities was a key point when we went and moved forward with this location.
It's just paperwork, or there's no concern that the city wouldn't work with us on that, right?
So far, we've had tremendous support from the city staff in regards. Kathy Mayer from Planning, Mike Spiker from Utilities has been working with us to move this forward, realizing the importance and the collaboration between the city and the county when it comes to this facility. Dave's here with me.
I'd also emphasize from day one, prior to the purchase of this particular parcel, we had engaged in discussions with both the Hagerstown Police Department and the Hagerstown Fire Department, and both concurred with the purchase of the site. So I think with those concurrences, it would be reasonable to expect that we would not encumber any difficulties.
Thank you.
And this is our only alternative for water on the site.
Right. And I can add one additional back. I don't know the year, but when I was working for Community Rescue Service, we had looked at constructing a emergency services facility next to the Ruritan building on Morgan's Avenue, which also sat outside of the medium range growth plan. And this was one of the exceptions they knew that they probably needed to incorporate into their water distribution plan at that point. So I don't think this is a totally new concept to them. It's just getting to it, and finally there's an issue that needed to actually have this language drafted and brought on board.
Commissioners, any more questions? If not, I'd like to entertain a motion to send a letter as written and proceed with the pre-annexation agreement for water service.
Do we need a motion or consensus?
Either one. It says consensus.
Good.
I agree. Yep. Consensus okay? Yes.
All right, there you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Weed control. Welcome. We don't see you very often.
No, you don't. I don't get to see you enough, I'll tell you. How are you today?
Good to say to you.
Yes, I'm Lane Heimer with the Maryland Department of Agriculture and work with the management of the noxious weed control program in the county. And currently, I'm here to request a budget transfer for monies to purchase a truck. This is out of budget cycle. We have a truck that is in trouble, has a problem with transmission. And instead of spending good money after bad, it's time to replace it. Pretty straightforward. The estimated cost is $27,903 for a new truck.
Gentlemen, any questions, concerns?
Sounds like the truck died to me. I'm sure it's got a ton of miles on it too, so.
Yeah, it's not a ton, actually. Our trucks get older. It's a 2006, but because it works in the season mainly. But they are hard miles because they're miles at 5 and 10 miles an hour. Yeah.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Next subject, sewer debt forgiveness discussion, Russ Weaver. Don't see Mayor Kesselring, Mayor Smithsburg, Paul Crampton. Any of your representatives are welcome to join us.
I don't know if Paul's going to be here or not. Do you all have copies of our resolution that we sent you a little bit ago?
Yes.
Yes, some things.
The copies of the resolution are in there, yes. Should be in each of your packets. I believe it was sent yesterday.
Yeah. Smithsburg should have one as well. We do. Thank you. President Klein, Vice President Mr. Baker, and the other distinguished commissioners. We're here today to just actually discuss the debt relief that was given to Williamsport just recently. Before I start into the details, I just have to like to editorialize a little bit. When that announcement came out, I've not had that kind of response about water and sewer issues since the sanitary district. It may just be a lack of understanding. When we took it to the council meeting, it was unanimous that we really needed to understand it. We couldn't support it, and we certainly didn't know how that could happen. Also editorializing, it was of quite a bit of concern of how it was actually approved. The fact that it was approved at a citizens input session for the county commissioners without being officially on the agenda. We didn't know it was happening. We also were concerned with how close it was to the election. I'm speaking just for Sharpsburg now. We work with Mr. Womer, who's the chief editor of the Herald Mail, who wouldn't publish anything because it was too close to the election, so we weren't able to really get a discussion of it at that time. Having said all that, we really appreciate you entertaining us today in this session. So if I could just turn to the resolution for a second. The first item on the resolution is to meet with the joint representatives to discuss the debt forgiveness for the town of Williamsport as a normal scheduled agenda item. We appreciate that that's happening today. We recommend that we establish a committee consisting of county staff and municipal representatives to perform a complete audit of all financial transactions pertinent to the amount of debt and the amount of forgiveness. I've been involved in water and sewer issues since 1999. I have to tell you that when it comes to commercial EDUs, it's one of the more confusing things that we have. It may be something the county wants to look at, but it's very, very hard to understand. We would like for you to rescind or at least delay the decision for the forgiveness of the at least $195,000 sewer debt owed the county and to the commission, to a committee. Full audit could be had. I'd like to thank Rob Slocums for sending us a chronology, a timeline of what has happened, but it really didn't establish what was what transpired and why those decisions were made to forgive the debt. And the last thing, of course, for a small town like Sharpsburg, that's fundamentally residential, what's on our people's mind is does this debt relief have any effect on the water and sewer rates? And that certainly wasn't part of the communications that came out. So with that, I'll let Smithsburg, would you like to comment?
Yeah. Thank you, Russ. Thank you, Board of County Commissioners. My name is Donnie Souders. I am the Vice President of the Smithsburg Town Council. As you know, we signed on to the resolution that Sharpsburg had presented here today. Most of the points that Councilperson Weaver addressed are the same concerns that our residents in Smithsburg have. Not to mention, we also felt a little bit of hypocrisy after the discussion of our wastewater treatment plant upgrade. There were several members of the Board of County Commission as well as the county administrator that didn't think it was fair that tax or ratepayers burden our cost with our upgrade, understanding that we're talking about a large difference between what Williamsport's forgiveness is and what the town of Smithsburg was looking for. we thought that the hypocrisy was something that we wanted to bring forth. And as I said earlier, I am representing the majority of the council in our last discussion to bring forward that we would also like you to consider everything that Sharpsburg is presenting today. Most likely a revisit to the vote that was taken prior to the election last November, considering the fact that there is a new Board of County Commissioners, of which 3 of you did not participate in that decision. I'm not sure if that's something that can be done, but we would sincerely ask from the town of Smithsburg that you reconsider that and take a new vote with this Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
Commissioners, Rob, any comments?
It was a decision of the board at that time, and it was not on the agenda. So that's all I have to say.
I mean, I wasn't here, obviously. I'm still catching up on it, but if you don't say something you don't mean, you don't have to worry about what you said. I am not, and I'll state it, I mean, I'm not going to rescind the vote of a current Board of County Commissioners. I'm just not going to do it. Would I be more apt to make sure it doesn't happen again? Sure. That's obviously, this is a big deal, and it's going to be on everybody's plate with, paying attention to. I mean, there's things put in place right now that it shouldn't happen. I'm not saying who was at fault. Maybe the county was some at fault. Maybe what I'm hearing, everybody had a little bit of fault to lay on their plate. But what's done's done in my opinion. I'm just not going to rescind a vote that was done before my time. I didn't walk in their shoes. I didn't hear the sidebars, and maybe I would have voted for it. Maybe I'd have voted for against it, but I'm not going to change. I'm not going to rescind a vote. I'm not personally. So,
have we taken any steps to make sure something like this doesn't happen with quarterly or whatever? What have we done to make sure this never happens again?
Yeah, there's 2 primary things. One is the issuance of permits, so that fees are collected when permits are issued, and that's for new construction or any type of change of use that goes through the permit process. That's something that we did immediately after, I believe it was the next board meeting, immediately after that action was taken. And the next thing is, I've had extensive dialogue with our director, who's spoken a lot today, Dan DeVito, regarding flows. And I didn't say enough, I just said a lot. So regarding flows, those are often after the fact, and that's part of the difficulty. Dan and I talked about quarterly metering and monitoring of flows. Dan has suggested that they vary so much throughout an annual process that may be not effective. But I would like to revisit with both our CFO and with Dan in a discussion to see that we are tightly monitoring those from any town or any customer that we have, to see that we're not getting into a situation which we call clawback, which means we're trying to get money back after the fact, because those are often very difficult and not good for either party. So we've taken some actions. We intend to take some further action. And certainly, no staff here today would want to be involved in going through this process again. It has been extremely difficult, and I don't think we wished this upon anyone, including ourselves. So,
Rob, what action, you said a moment ago that to the question, what action actually has the county addressed to this point going forward? So, I mean, a moment ago you just said there's steps and actions that you're taking. What are those specifically?
Well, we took an immediate action at the time to say we will not approve any additional building permits until we actually have the EDUs paid for when it goes through that process. But that's a bit short-sighted. That's part of the system, but it's a bit short-sighted to say that we can capture every additional EDU that may be approved or provided or even inadvertently missed by anyone, because sometimes there's just changes of use, and those changes of use don't always go through the county permitting process. So it's those where we are trying to monitor flows better to say, okay, last year we had X number of flow, this year we have this, there's a significant change. The problem is that's based on empirical data, and empirical data has to allow the data to happen before we can go back and ask for the fee to be collected. And that's part of the issue that looking at the history of this, because that's all I have to go by, I think I can safely say no staff has been involved in this, that's part of the issue. We're dealing with trying to, even for this year, we're going to be trying to capture last year's flow rates. And that's something that, again, we can take a tighter look moving forward. Permits, I think, is pretty cut and dried. We can deal with that very well and already have taken the action to do that through Ashley's office, and at the time it was Tim Lung. So we're good there. It's the flow rates that we have to monitor more closely to the extent it'll be practical and useful.
And I don't want to speak for Russ and Sharpsburg, but I want the people of Williamsport to understand that we don't begrudge their request to the Board of County Commissioners. Especially at Smithsburg, like I said, it was more of a perception that we felt after the conversation that we had with the wastewater treatment plant upgrade. So I know there's a lot of residents and the mayor here from Williamsport. Like I said, I don't want to speak for Russ, but I'm pretty sure that every municipality government throughout Washington County wants to be clear that it's not something personal to the town of Williamsport. I also understand, Commissioner Wagner, your position. You're the only one that has said anything, and to Sharpsburg's request about the rescinding or delaying of the forgiveness, I'm assuming that with no other one speaking up, that you're all in agreement that that's the direction you would like to go on this.
That's my direction, Donnie. That's just the way I stand on it. I think it's a terrible situation myself, but I wasn't involved. If I was involved, who knows the way I'd have voted. I didn't walk in their shoes, so I don't know why they made a decision, and I'm surely not going to rescind a vote that I wasn't involved in. That would set a precedence which I don't care to set. If we descend a vote, if I descend a vote, then you might have 10 a year. People want their votes rescinded. I'm not going to start that precedent, especially when I wasn't involved.
If I could comment on that just a bit, not to get into an argument or any other such thing. So you are comfortable that the changes that Rob just described would keep this situation from happening again going forward, and you're comfortable, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, I'm asking a question, and you're comfortable that I can go back to Sharpsburg and tell Mrs. Campbell, who lives back on Antietam Street, who's on a fixed income, none of this charade will have anything to do with your rates. You're fine. All the rate increases coming forward are legitimate based on real increases in cost and those sorts of things. You're comfortable with saying that without going back and revisiting this decision?
I am not comfortable. I'm comfortable with saying it's on our radar now. I don't think it'll happen again. I don't have a clue about if it's going to increase any rates at 180,000. I'll straight up tell you I don't know.
I don't want to get into debate. I just don't understand.
This is an easy problem to fix. Now you asked me about rates. I don't know.
I'm not even sure not to quibble, but having been through the Washington County Sanitary District's demise and reorganization under the Water and Sewer Department, which I'm quite proud of that whole movement and what we've accomplished. I'm not badgering the Water and Sewer Department at all. But I have to tell you that it's very, very confusing as to how we charge people. If I'm a business person in Williamsport and I have bought 10 EDUs 10 years ago, never been used, so counties received money for that capacity. Somebody else comes along and buys that business. Do they get the 10 EDUs or do they not?
Well, that's actually a question that was proposed to me the other night. I'm going to find out. Can EDUs paid for already, which I know Williamsport has some paid for. What happens to those EDUs and they're never used? That's a good question.
I mean, in the end, it may be the county owes Williamsport even more money. All I want to do is go back to Mrs. Campbell on Antietam Street and say, hey, we took a look at this. The county commissioners put a committee together. They really dug through this thing, and they can now say for sure it's not going to impact the rate. The processes that are in place is going to keep this from happening again. That's really what I want to go back and tell the people in Sharpsburg. And I think, respectfully, Mr. Wagner, without digging into it again, I'm not sure you can get there.
My opinion is that the county doesn't want this to happen again. I mean, this is not good. This has been a lot of, so I'm pretty comfortable the county's going to get a handle and it's not going to happen again. I'm comfortable with that.
And you had mentioned a moment ago precedent. You didn't want to reverse the prior decision because of precedent.
Right.
You set a precedent. The prior Board of County Commissioners has set that precedent. So again, I go back to, you and I had this conversation when you were campaigning.
Right.
How you felt then and what, now that you've actually gotten some more of the information, I understand we've all been there. And again, I appreciate the fact that you're willing to be honest and come out and say how you stand today. I guess we're still waiting for the rest of the majority of the Board of County Commissioners to say, we're not going to revisit it, we're not going to look at it, it's done as of what was done prior to November's election.
I understand
Thank
completely.
you.
I'm speaking for Randy.
I know.
Now,
Thank you.
I've got two things. One, I know, and if everybody looks at it, it's an enterprise fund. And you take away $195,000, it's going to affect the rates. It's an enterprise fund. I could not tell Mr. or Mrs. I can't remember her name, on Antietam Street that it's not going to affect their rates, because I would be lying. Okay, because you take $195,000 out of an enterprise, you have to replace that $195,000. It's an enterprise fund. I do think we need to look at the impact and the debt relief. But I will tell you, on the sewer rate, sorry. But I will tell you, I am confident with what Rob has said about collecting the fees, making sure that's part of it. And I will also tell you, this is just me. I can't go back and rescind another vote. I'm not going to do that. But I will tell you that I don't, how this was brought up in a citizens' participation, I don't think we should be, this again, my own opinion, I don't think a vote on this thing should be taken up in citizen participation. So I agree with you that. But at the same time, like as council, I don't know all the other talks. I don't know what happened. I don't know where it was at. And I don't think it's proper at this point to rescind that vote.
If I could just say a few things, Mr. Souders and Mr. Weaver. I think the most important point that you bring up from my perspective is how do we make sure that this doesn't happen again? And I do feel confident that staff now knows and has this on their radar. Some of this, all of this started before I became a commissioner, and it's something that I've learned about for the last 2 years. It's been a common theme, common subject brought up time and again. And I feel confident that some of the suggestions that Rob and his staff has made makes me feel sure that we're going to be checking in like we were originally supposed to, but did not over the last decade. And my question to Rob, maybe to Dan DeVito, if you could answer for me, when is the next point that we will meet, however the process works, meet with the town of Williamsport to determine EDUs? When can we get a report back that that process has taken place and maybe what the result was of that?
Last time Dan reported to me that that meeting is in February, early February, and that will happen, and that's for the past year. And that's, to be very clear about it, that's where Dan and I have discussed not going a year, but making a quarterly or something. Now, I know less than Dan does about flow rates and Mark and so forth. So I have to listen to them to say what's going to be viable and practical moving forward. And we have to rely upon their knowledge. But I will be reporting back as to what we can do to avoid this situation, which again has happened over a number of years ago. I mean, when we looked into this, I think there was even things back in the late 90s where this was happening. So it has been a repeated process that we would like to take with the board's backing and try to eliminate. We will certainly do our best.
Do you think it would be possible to have that report submitted to the commissioners, again, if it's quarterly, annually, whatever the results are, just to brief us that it's being done? It could be on our radar, on our calendar. Every February it comes up. And the same for whatever the process is, if it's slightly different for Sharpsburg and Smithsburg, just to know that that's being taken care of how it's supposed to be.
Well, what I'm seeing is something from the director that would be our largest customers, which would certainly involve all of the towns, our largest customers, whether it's our largest 10 or dozen customers or whatever that is. and report on how we're receiving that information, when we're receiving it, and what the fees are, and so forth and so on, how that compares to the most recent years, et cetera, et cetera. So yes.
That would be helpful. Can, Yes. I've got a question, Sarah. So this 195, if this number is correct, the 195, 125, that was forgiven on the out of the enterprise fund, correct?
That's correct.
So we had at some point we had a liability on it, and now it's washed away. So when we forgave this, we just forgave it out of the enterprise fund. We didn't replace that on the enterprise fund from general fund. It just we removed it.
That's correct. Yeah, we don't generally do that.
Is it possible to transfer that 195 from the general fund into the enterprise fund to make that enterprise fund whole, so that the rest of the county's sewer participants aren't having to pay for that increase, if there's going to be an increase, because we've talked about that?
Because it is an enterprise fund and it is self-supporting, it would not be my recommendation to use general fund dollars to provide for that funding. General taxpayer dollars, it's either the taxpayers or the ratepayers.
Mm-hmm.
So either or, you know, it wouldn't be my recommendation to use general fund money. You can make motion, you know, you guys can make decisions for whatever you think is best.
Have we ever supplemented those enterprise funds with general fund dollars? Have we ever come under a situation where we've had to?
Not that I'm aware of, and I have talked to my financial advisor extensively regarding self-supported funds, and you know he has advised that you should never, you know, have an influx of general fund dollars.
Fund, that's something that we had to do in the past.
Well, the other question would be, wouldn't you just be transferring the responsibility from the ratepayer to the county taxpayer, so you'd be spreading it out to a larger portion, which isn't going to make the entire county happy? So you're just moving basically who's going to pay it to a larger swath of the county. Yeah, it's kind of like you can't put the genie back into the bottle at this point in time.
Yep.
Novel ideal, Court. I mean, I appreciate you trying to remedy the situation, but unfortunately, it's one of those where, yeah.
Yes, there's no good winners in this.
No, and again, it goes back to some of the points that Russ, and we can go round and round, and I won't because it's been a long meeting and a long day for you guys and girls. I'm sorry. But it's one of those where, yeah, the discussion, you know, this discussion about the forgiveness should have been done in this realm, this public beforehand. As I stated earlier, and I'm sure Russ would say the same thing, this isn't something personal to Williamsport. This is a precedent thing. You know, when I serve over in Smithsburg, I'm a process and procedure guy. Randy, you and I officiated basketball together. We follow rules. We just like to make sure that it's fair across the board, and that's how it should be perceived. We would like you guys to reconsider, or at least to have that debate and discussion as to how to fix this in the future and make sure it's transparent and clear to all municipalities. Because I know in Smithsburg, every year we submit a report with the EDUs that we've used, our flows, our rates, everything gets submitted, and I'm sure Sharpsburg does the same thing. You know, we want to make sure that it doesn't happen again, but at the same time, we want to also make sure that the ratepayers of the county are aware that we as their elected bodies are here to support and fight for them when we see something that just doesn't, you know, cut the mustard. So I'll stop, and I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Just one comment before we leave. I spent 30 years of my life re-engineering businesses and doing business innovation and business re-engineering. In all due respect, I don't know how you can fix this problem without crawling through this problem. Rob, I really appreciate all the work you guys have done. I would highly question that just paying for the EDUs up front is going to solve the whole problem. And just so I understand what I take back to my ratepayers and citizens, I'm going to tell them that the rates are probably going to go up because of this thing, but we don't have the willingness to slow it down and crawl through it and see whether it was justified or not. That's what I heard here today. I heard you tell me to tell my citizens, you'll probably get a rate increase, because I understand it is an enterprise fund and the monies have to come from somewhere, and we don't have the will and the determination to crawl through this thing to the point where we fully understand it. Is that the message that I'm being
No,
given?
I don't think that that's fair. I do believe that we need to go through it and make sure that this is not going to happen again. And if we have to come back and give policies and procedures so that this doesn't happen again, I'm 100% willing to push and to get that done so that it doesn't come back again.
But with all due respect, that doesn't save anything with the rates.
I understand that.
And that's the only reason I'm here. Because we got a flood of people saying, is this going to affect our rates? And so all those people called the office. Hal and I are going to call them back and say, yeah, it's going to affect your rates. And that's your answer.
Thank you. The key to making this work is the communication between our staff and the towns. And I can tell you that not only with Williamsport, but with Smithsburg and with all the other towns, Clear Spring, all the other towns that we deal with, our communication level from our staff to their staff has probably doubled in the last couple of months. When we see something immediately, if we see an increase in EDU or if we see a trend like there might be an increase in EDUs, because if we see a trend, the obvious question is there a leak? Is there something that somebody needs to go out and look at? Don't wait a year before you go out and look at it. I mean, I have total confidence in our staff, in Karen Fluck, who's been doing this for years and who knows this system and who knows how to evaluate and to look at usage and to make adjustments and to, first of all, notify the town that, hey, listen, there's something going on here. And we've done that, and we're going to continue to do that. In terms of what else can we do, we're open for everything. We're having discussions every single day about how can we make it better. And what I can absolutely convince, and I hope I can convince you that I'm making a commitment today to say that our staff is never going to let this happen again. Part of the problem is that it went for years and it accumulated, and there was disputes back and forth on was it this much or was it that much, and then all of a sudden you're 8 years later and people are looking back trying to recreate what happened. And that's part of the problem. We're never going to let it get that far. And that's our commitment to all of the towns here, that we're going to make sure that it never gets that far, that if we see a trend or if we see something about to happen, we just had the same situation in Smithsburg where Karen called up and said, hey, here's what we think, what do you think? And we made an adjustment accordingly. And it was a fair adjustment. And when I say fair adjustment, we are also taking into consideration the ratepayers. That's the best I can do right now in terms of looking forward.
May I add something? Thanks for coming. We just did a restructuring, and there's a savings. First, can any of that savings be applied so it doesn't hit the residents that are saying? Second, I think we have used general fund monies, the enterprise funds, for economic development issues. Would this qualify? That it was an economic incentive for the town of Williamsport. Is that a way that we could help and solve this? Because I understand both sides.
I think the savings.
Is there a solution that we can come up with?
The savings is out of the enterprise fund. We haven't experienced it yet. We will as time goes by. So that's perhaps an opportunity over time to help mitigate it. Yes. Moving forward, absolutely.
It would be.
Well, if I could make one suggestion on that, Jeff, sorry to interrupt you, but in 1999, we took out, I think, a $25 million bond for the sewer, to structure the water and sewer department. I believe that is paid up this year. I think that saves you like $2 million a year in servicing it. So maybe you can take some of that money and keep the rates from increasing over the next couple of years.
How about this, that the commissioners, we hold off on any rate increase until we find a solution to this?
I think you got to talk to your CFO about that.
We've just admitted you're the.
Well, I think there's some significant issues to consider here. I understand, and I understand how the ratepayers are feeling. But it's not as simple as, is this going to affect the rates for 1 year or 2 years or 4 years? Or can you, use these savings from what was previously discussed towards this forgiveness? You can speak about, however you can speak about it however you want. I think there's some issues like, for instance, the sewer fund right now needs a $2.8 million cash reserve to even balance the fund. So even though there will be some debt that will be coming off and it will reduce the cost of the fund, we're still out of balance. So it's not a direct savings to the fund. I think that, I've presented some information in December related to how the fund will end up at the end of FY19 and what the projection is for the coming year. So I think there's a lot of issues to consider. I would encourage the board not to make any statements related to the rates until full understanding is provided by myself or my staff.
Gentlemen, what's your pleasure?
So Sarah, you're saying you might come up with some recommendations. Is that what you're trying to, that would alleviate a rate hike maybe? Is that what you?
Any promises? You want to do some research to see if there's a way?
Well, the last time I looked at the effects of the rate model, it showed increases several years out to even balance the fund. So, we are looking towards moving into a negative cash balance situation for the next year or two with the sewer fund. So that's very serious, and there will be a need for rate increases to provide for the gap that we're seeing. Eventually, hopefully, they will align. That's what the model shows. It's just a couple years early. We've run out of money a couple years early, which is something very difficult to project 20 years earlier. How do you find that sweet spot? And considering, possibly rates could have been increased higher in previous years, but of course the board is also, wants to consider the rate payers and try to keep those rates as low as possible. So I just feel like there's a lot to consider here. I don't think that, Randy, to answer your question, that there is a solution to not increase the rates. I just wanted to interject and make sure that it was known kind of where I see the fund right now and what type of need it has.
Gentlemen, would you be okay with her trying to find a solution which is appropriate financially before we determine anything?
Well, I mean, that's part of the ask. I mean, that would have been sufficient to have this conversation before the decision was made in November. We wouldn't be now spending time trying to figure out a recommendation based on numbers. To answer your question, Commissioner Klein, yes, if that's something that the Board of County Commissioners will uptake, I'm sure, we would certainly welcome any recommendations she could make back to the Board of County Commissioners, but I'll state again, this conversation should have happened in public prior to the decision being made in November.
Mr. Weaver, would you like to have any closing comments? Not, you have all the time in the world, but.
No, I would just like to ask the CFO a single question, if I might. Does your cash shortfall include the several $1 million of debt servicing that's going to come off the books later this year?
Yes.
So you're still short in cash, even though you're going to get $2.5 million more?
Yes.
Or you're going to get $2 to $2.5 million relief?
Yes.
That's.
So right now,
I think anybody who makes $195,000 debt relief with limited information, with that kind of information,